Chapter 1: The Archives of Prakritpura. Within the cool, hushed confines of the royal archives, Anika Vey found solace among the sea of ancient texts that whispered forgotten secrets. Each parchment, worn and frayed, was a treasure of history, stories entwined within ink and sorrow. The scent of aged leather mingled with the distant sound of footsteps echoing off stone walls, marking the passage of time in this sacred space dedicated to knowledge. Her calloused fingers skimmed over the fragile surfaces of scrolls and books, methodically sorting through each document with practiced precision. A faint light filtered through narrow high windows, illuminating the dust motes that danced in the still air, lending an ethereal quality to the space. Anika enjoyed the intimate dance between light and shadow, a calming balm against the whispers of doubt that sometimes gnawed at her mind. She sorted the texts into neat stacks, creating a mosaic of history upon her workspace, careful to honor the weight of the past. As she continued her diligent task, her mind occasionally drifted to the world beyond these stone walls. Outside, the towering spires of the noble houses loomed like sentinels, their silhouettes stark against the sky, perpetually reinforcing the ever-present divide between the lowborn and the elite. Each peak marked a bastion of power where ancient families weaved their destinies, while she remained an observer, a mere scribe in the grand tapestry of their lives. Anika's heart tightened at the thought, her gaze drawn to the horizon where ambition and privilege mingled. A faint hum of magic tingled at her fingertips as she turned her attention to a particularly faded scroll, the delicate script almost indecipherable beneath layers of dust and time. As she handled the scroll, brief flashes of crystalline patterns danced across her skin, flickering like fireflies in twilight. Anika paused, her amusement barely contained as she shook her head. It was a curious spectacle, one she often dismissed as a trick of the light, a quirk of her imagination that persisted despite her logical nature. "Is it truly just a trick?" she murmured to herself, recalling the hushed conversations she'd overheard regarding the Eclipsed Khaos, the enigmatic source of her magic. The idea intrigued her, but it also instilled a sense of apprehension. She was a mere scribe, one trained to meticulously document, rather than wield the mystical energies that flowed around her. Her internal musings were suddenly interrupted by the sound of footsteps echoing closer, reminding her of her role within the hierarchy of the royal archives. She tucked away the scroll with care, her heart quickening slightly. It was her duty to preserve the ancient knowledge, yet she often felt an ache of inadequacy in the shadow of those who wielded power. What right did she have to aspire for more, when the archives were her only realm? With a deep breath, Anika reminded herself of her own resilience. It was in these very confines that she had uncovered truths, piecing together fragmented histories that could one day challenge the status quo. Though she labored without the acclaim afforded to the noble houses, the quiet dignity of her work remained a potent source of pride. She would approach every task with the meticulous care of a scribe, preserving the stories that shaped their world. As the footsteps faded into the distance, she settled into a rhythm once more. Her fingers danced across the scrolls, and the beauty of the written word enveloped her like a comforting blanket. She reveled in the power of knowledge, in the sense of purpose that surged through her veins as she unearthed forgotten narratives. Each text held the promise of understanding and clarity, binding her to the past even as she pondered her uncertain future. Time passed in a gentle sway, the shadows lengthening around her as day turned to dusk. Anika's mind flitted through various theories she had studied, unraveling complexities with the analytical precision of a well-trained scholar. But with every arcane principle she dissected, a spark of self-doubt flickered to life, challenging her newfound confidence. What if she couldn't fulfill the weighty expectations laid upon her shoulders? What if the arcane secrets remained just that, obscure truths forever out of her reach? She clenched her jaw, refusing to let fear take root. Instead, Anika embraced her humanity, the fallibility that came with being someone who yearned to understand, to bridge the vast chasm between her low-born roots and the towering ambitions of the noble houses. And in that moment of clarity, she decided she would not shy away from her gift. With the rising determination echoing in her heart, Anika allowed herself a fleeting smile. The archives, with their time-worn texts, might be a sanctuary, but they were also a launching pad, a place where she could cultivate her understanding of the magical threads connecting her to the world. The sun dipped below the horizon, bathing the archives in a soft glow. Anika gathered the last of the scrolls, breathing in the scents of well-worn paper and the promise of history. Each touch was a step closer to uncovering her destiny, a tapestry yet to be woven. With renewed fervor, she looked back at the rows of texts, her heart steady and her resolve unwavering. Whatever challenges lay ahead, she was prepared to meet them head-on, one careful stroke of her quill at a time. As she returned to her task, the crystalline patterns flared softly against her skin once more, a gentle reminder of the latent magic coursing through her veins. Anika knew she was more than just a humble scribe. She was a custodian of history, a seeker of truths, and perhaps, if fate allowed it, a key player in the unfolding story of her realm. With each moment spent in the archives, she embraced the weight of power and responsibility. And while the path ahead remained uncertain, she took comfort in knowing she would face it with grace and resolve, one parchment at a time. Chapter 2: The Burning of Secrets. The archives of Prakritpura, usually a sanctuary of knowledge, lay in ruins, engulfed by a searing blaze that cast flickering shadows over time-worn texts. Anika Vey felt the heat stinging her cheeks, the acrid scent of burning vellum flooding her nostrils, as she sprinted through the chaos. The frenzied crackle of flames resonated in her ears, each snapping ember a reminder of the irreplaceable histories crumbling around her. Desperation surged within her as she navigated collapsing stacks, her hands trembling as they clutched scattered scrolls. Each second was a silent plea to save the past from the inferno, even as her own heart raced against the flames' relentless dance. With her dark hair pinned loosely behind her, strands whipped about her face like the chaotic winds of the storm that had become her reality. She wore her modest scribe's attire, but in that moment, the fabric clung to her as sweat mingled with fear. Anika barely registered the shudder of collapsing shelves, focusing instead on the precious documents that seemed to wink at her from beneath the impending doom. Vellum scrolls, delicate and adorned with cryptic writings, slipped from her fingers as she maneuvered through a sea of turmoil, one precious document after another. Just a few more. I can't let them burn, she breathed, determination fighting the panic clawing at her throat. The inferno roared behind her, hungry and relentless. Flames danced across the shelves, swallowing entire rows of ancient texts in ravenous flickers of orange and gold. The shadows wreathed, taunting her as she hurried to salvage a scroll with gilded lettering, the one containing the account of the Eclipsed Khaos. But the floor crumbled beneath her, and with a yelp she stumbled, boots sliding over charred debris. Anika barely caught herself, the coolness of a nearby pedestal offering a brief reprieve. As she pressed her palm against the surface to steady her balance, she felt something odd, something ancient humming beneath her fingertips. It was the Arcanith, the long-forgotten artifact rumored to be imbued with forbidden magic. The contact sent a jolt through her, igniting a spark deep within her essence, transforming her desperation into something unfathomable. In a rush, crystalline patterns exploded across her skin like fireworks, vibrant and surreal against the backdrop of destruction. The shimmering constructs burst forth, caught between creation and chaos. Their luminescent forms stretched into existence, grabbing hold of the fire's menacing grasp and redirecting its hunger. For a fleeting moment, she felt the thrill of power surging within her, pulsing to the rhythm of her heart. Yet with every surge, the stone and timber surrounding her groaned, protesting against the burden of the emergent constructs. They erupted with cracks that spidered along the archway, each shattering sound a reminder of the fragility of her situation. Anika gasped as the ancient archive began to tremble under the newfound pressure. Would her magic save the texts or seal her fate beneath the weight of stone?
"Please," she murmured to the crumbling walls, "just hold on a little longer."
The crystalline constructs flickered, threatening to burst into chaos even as they contained the flames, the tension within the air thickening as if it might explode. Anika felt the heat on her skin, the mingling sense of smoke, and the metallic tang of burnt paper weaving together in a dizzying spell of desperation. She fought to maintain control, her analytical mind racing through the magical theories she had studied for years. The principles flowed through her, desperately pulling on memories of her lessons, but the unpredictable nature of raw power twisted beyond her grasp. "Steady, steady," she breathed, her words laced with an urgency that went unheard over the roar of the inferno. One last effort, she focused, harnessing the power swirling around her, allowing it to flow from the depths of her very being.
It shaped itself into the form of ethereal shields, clashing against the flames with a defiance born from within.
She was not merely a scribe, she was a catalyst, a vessel for forces beyond her comprehension. Yet, in the haze of magic and mayhem, the stone structure shuddered more violently. A keening wail echoed above her, as bricks tumbled down, bringing with them a rush of dust and debris. Panic unfurled within her like smoke rising to meet the ceiling, consuming her resolve. Just as she thought she might pull together the final defense, the shelves caved in with a catastrophic crash, reverberating through her bones and wrenching her gaze. Her heart raced, the ground felt like it was shifting beneath her, as the remnants of the archives seemed determined to bury her alongside their forgotten lore. In that moment, an instinct stronger than thought surged forth. Anika abandoned her precious scrolls, the haunting beauty of their history fading into the shadows as she darted for an exit shrouded in gloom. The roaring inferno drew nearer, as did the dust that hung thickly in the air, constricting her throat. She sprinted toward the shadowy escape, where the unfamiliar landscape of Prakritpura's undercity waited just beyond her reach. The fires danced malevolently behind her, hungry for retribution, as she plunged headlong into the unknown. Anika felt the weight of her decision press against her heart. She had turned her back on the world of knowledge, fleeing into the uncertain darkness to evade Lady Kavita's potential wrath. The roar of flames gave way to silence, leaving only the pounding of her pulse ringing in her ears as she crossed into shadows that would conceal both her body and her fate. Amidst the charred remains of the royal archives, where the glow of embers danced mockingly in the shadows, Lady Kavita Veship stepped forward with an elegance that belied the turmoil surrounding her. Her dark hair glinted with ornate gold ornaments, each glimmer a sharp reminder of her lofty ambitions. As she surveyed the chaos, her cold, calculating gaze fell upon Anika Vey, now marked with crystalline patterns that shimmered ominously against her skin. The quiet authority she wielded radiated through the air, drawing a stark line between the noblewoman's composed strength and the scribe's palpable fear. Lady Kavita's presence was a careful interplay of power and persuasion, the very embodiment of ambition personified. Her elaborate robes of deep jewel tones billowed around her, intricately embroidered with subtle sigils that spoke of her devotion to ancient magics. She moved through the debris as though it were merely an obstacle in her path. Her expression remained serene, a stark contrast to the carnage of flaming texts and collapsing shelves that had been a sanctuary mere moments before. "Anika Vey," she spoke, her voice like silk over steel. The sound carried a sharpness that cut through the lingering crackle of the fire.
"You are a heretic."
Each word rolled off her tongue with practiced precision, imbued with the weight of judgment. The accusation struck Anika like a physical blow, the fear palpable in her chest. She raised her chin, daring to meet the noblewoman's penetrating gaze, even as uncertainty coiled around her heart.
"I did what I had to do. The fire, it was not meant to escalate like this." The tremor in her voice betrayed her, grounding her fear in the chaos that remained ever present behind her. "And yet here you stand, bearing the mark of this power you've so carelessly summoned."
Lady Kavita stepped closer, the space between them humming with tension.
"What have you done to awaken such ancient magic?"
"This knowledge was never intended for lowborn scribes like you." Her words hung heavily in the air, weaving a noose around Anika's conscience, squeezing her pride and stoking the embers of her doubt. Anika felt her defenses rise, though they were suffocated by the weight of the moment.
"I didn't call it forth.
It chose me," she murmured, confusion warping into defiance, the luminous patterns flickering against her will.
"Oh, but the responsibility lies solely with you, doesn't it?"
Lady Kavita purred, a predatory gleam in her eye as she shifted effortlessly to take full control of the conversation. "You have unleashed chaos where knowledge should reign. You have made a mockery of the Arcanith." The disdain in her tone deepened with every syllable, and Anika clenched her fists, the crystals vibrating at her sides, longing for freedom yet tethered by Lady Kavita's words.
"What would you have me do?"
Anika shot back, words laced with desperation. "Allow the fire to consume history. Sit idle as the knowledge I cherish disappears." The warmth of her resolve flared within her, rising to challenge the noblewoman who stood as both a judge and a shadowy executioner. For a heartbeat, the air was thick with the weight of the challenge. Lady Kavita's features softened, but the glint of steel remained unyielding in her eyes.
"Do not flatter yourself, dear Anika.
Your desires and ideals are inconsequential in the grand designs of power." There was a casual ease to her dominance, one that rattled Anika's perception of her own worth.
"What you must understand is that true power does not simply reside in magic, it exists in manipulation.
You need only look at the wreckage around you to see how fragile this world truly is." Anika felt her heart race, a wild storm of emotions warring within her. How many years had she labored within these archives, translating ancient texts and breathing life into stories long forgotten, only to find them disintegrating before her very eyes. The shadows of doubt clung to her every thought, but she gritted her teeth against the tide, summoning her courage in the face of adversity. Lady Kavita's voice, imbued with a sickly sweetness, coaxed forth the edge of fear.
"You could have been a contender, Anika, a hidden asset. But you've painted yourself as an abomination.
In doing so, you present a threat." The finality in her tone twisted something deep within Anika, summoning the ironclad resolve that she had always carried quietly within her.
"I refuse to be a pawn in your games," she declared, the crystalline patterns igniting along her arms. "I will not let you."
Suddenly a sound rippled through the air, reverberating against the charred remains, a crack sharp and foreboding. Anika's heart plummeted, the building shuddering as debris rained down around them. She cast a furtive glance at the exit, the path obscured yet dimly visible.
"Know this, Lady Kavita, I will not be silenced," she shouted, emotion cascading through her.
Anika stepped back, the rubble at her feet tumbling beneath her, desperate for the shadows that beckoned beyond the flames. The noblewoman's expression shifted, a brief flicker of annoyance crossing her carefully composed features as she caught up with Anika's momentum.
You think you can escape the consequences of your actions?
Before Anika could respond, a torrent of brick fell near her, the air thick with dust and debris.
Run, Anika.
You must find your path now, but know it is a dark one. The warning lingered, but as Lady Kavita's words faded into the rising tumult, Anika seized the moment. With resolve blooming inside her chest, she turned and fled into the embrace of darkness that welcomed her, a shadowed alley leading to Prakritpura's undercity, an uncertainty shrouding her escape. The echoes of the noblewoman's threats danced at her heels, but they faded with each hurried step. She cast one last glance at the ruins behind her, now a canvas of chaos and splendor turned to ash. As the undercity embraced her, Anika knew she would find her way in the shadows. The power within her was no longer a burden, it was her light, guiding her toward an uncertain fate, away from the suffocating grip of those who sought to control it. Her heart quickened with each leap into the darkness, an exhilarating pulse of magic and defiance coursing through her veins. This was merely the beginning, and she would carve her own story amid the shadows of Suryathara. Chapter 3: Whispers in the Undercity. Anika slipped through the winding alleys of Prakritpura's undercity, her heart pounding in her chest as she moved with the stealth of a shadow. The air was thick and damp, clinging to her skin as she brushed her fingers against the cold stone walls. Flickering lantern light cast ghostly shadows that danced along the narrow passageways, revealing splatters of soot and crumpled papers strewn carelessly across the ground. Each step felt like an echo of the secrets whispered in this forgotten place, and she allowed her instincts to guide her deeper into the maze. Her eyes darted back and forth, scanning for signs of life among the shadows. The muffled sounds of distant voices drifted towards her, an uneasy mix of laughter and urgency that sent a shiver down her spine. Anika pressed herself against the textured wall, feeling the roughness against her palm, as she instinctively ducked into the recess of the archway. She inhaled sharply, listening closely. The voices grew louder and she could almost make out fragments of conversations, mention of a consort and danger, and something dark stirring. The cadence of her heartbeat echoed in her ears as she steadied her breath, quickening her pace when the voices faded, but the feeling of being watched only heightened her sense of unease. Was it the guards? Had they picked up on her trail? Anika let the thoughts whirl in her mind for a brief moment, before she swept a glance over her shoulder, confirming that the royal guards were not on her tail, at least for now. Relief flooded her, but it was a thin veil over the fear that clung like a second skin. The undercity was her refuge, and yet it felt more like a cage with the tension straining against every breath. Moving swiftly down a darker corridor, Anika's footfalls were muffled by the dampened earth beneath her boots. The deeper she traveled, the more she felt the faint glimmering patterns along her skin, crystalline lights that pulsed gently, responding to her anxious heart. They reminded her of the connection she shared with the Eclipsed Khaos, a power she couldn't fully comprehend, but felt swirling within her, waiting for the right moment to be unleashed. She pressed forward, navigating through the maze-like understructure with a determined focus. The air was heavy with the scent of burnt oil and antiquity, a memory of the forgotten histories she'd studied for years, now becoming her lifeline. Each turn of the alley echoed with possibilities, and Anika felt as if she were part of the story unfolding within the labyrinth. The flickering lights above offered small comfort against the growing darkness. As she navigated further into the depths of the undercity, a flash of recognition flickered in her mind. What if she could harness her powers, turn the tide against those who sought to silence her? The thought filled her with a mix of hope and dread, as her innate drive for justice fought against the heavy chains of uncertainty. She was but a scribe, a low-born archivist with a spark of something extraordinary, a truth that both fascinated and terrified her. Tension coiled like a spring within her, pushing her onward even as shadows loomed, whispers curling in the air around her. The echoes of footsteps felt like reminders of those who might cross her path, turning mundane alleyways into a potential trap. But Anika was resolved, she wouldn't let fear dictate her fate.
As she found a small alcove hidden from sight, she took a moment to collect herself, resting against the cold stone with her breath coming in short gasps. Her thoughts darted back to the task ahead, and she knew she had to keep moving.
Each encounter and every piece of knowledge gleaned from ancient texts guided her, reminding her of the weight she bore. She could not falter now, not when the fate of Suryathara rested on the balance of what she would uncover in this shadowy realm. With determination sharpening her focus, Anika eased herself away from the wall and ventured deeper into the darkness. The path grew narrower, walls closing in, yet she felt a flicker of purpose igniting within her, an ember she was learning to fan into a flame. Her breath steadied, and she stepped into the unknown, ready to face whatever awaited her in the heart of the Undercity. In the dim light of a rundown lamplighter's shelter tucked away behind a collapsed arch, Anika found herself standing before Ravi, the eyes of the Undercity, her heart still racing from her hurried flight through the shadowy passages. His steady gaze met hers, a gentle nod acknowledging her presence, as if recognizing the weight of her journey even before she spoke. The air inside smelled of burning wax and old parchment, the flickering oil lamps casting a warm yet flickering glow that danced against the peeling walls, creating a sanctuary from the dangers lurking outside.
"You're safe here for now," Ravi said, his voice low and careful as he stepped aside to allow her entry into the small room.
Anika hesitated for a heartbeat, but the warmth emanating from the space felt inviting against the chill that clung to her skin. She crossed the threshold, feeling an odd sense of belonging in the lamplighter's humble abode. Anika closed her eyes for a brief moment, inhaling deeply to steady herself as the door creaked shut behind her. "Thank you," she managed to utter, but she could feel the remnants of fear creeping back in as she regarded him. The accusations that had hung over her like a specter felt almost unreal, yet the gravity of her label as a heretic loomed heavy in her mind. Ravi observed her carefully, his dark eyes holding a wealth of understanding.
"They call you a heretic for your studies, Anika," he stated gently, his tone measured and reassuring. "But there is power in knowledge, a danger in ignorance.
What have you uncovered that puts you at risk?" His question lingered in the air, punctuating the intimate space between them. Taking a hesitant step closer, Anika weighed her options, the instinct to protect her secrets, warring against her need for guidance. "I've learned of the Eclipsed Khaos," she began, her voice barely above a whisper.
"The texts speak of balance, of an ancient order that once governed the magic of our realm."
A flicker of recognition crossed Ravi's face as he nodded slowly.
"The Order of the Eclipse," he murmured, recalling tales long whispered in the Undercity. "Yes, they sought to balance the forces of magic and nature, but their power has become a threat to those who crave control."
"Do you believe you shared their legacy?"
The question struck a chord within her, igniting a flame of doubt and determination. "I feel its pulse within me," she admitted, pulling the sleeves of her modest attire closer, hoping to shield the flickers of crystalline light that betrayed her feelings. "But what does that mean in this world, where the consort's grip tightens and whispers of rebellion grow louder?" "The exiled prince seeks to challenge her," Ravi interjected, his voice tinged with urgency.
"Ajet, born of the royal line, harbors visions of a better Suryathara. He defies the very foundations of power that seek to crush you, to suppress your potential. The walls of silence must break, and he may be the key." Anika's heart raced at the mention of the exiled prince.
"What can he possibly do?" she asked, curiosity knitting together with apprehension. "Can he truly shift the tides of fate?"
Ravi gestured toward a worn map unfurling on the table, faded, but still vivid in its depiction of Suryathara. "He gathers followers, commoners who dream of freedom from oppression. His presence stirs hope even here in the Undercity, and it may just be that you have a role to play, Anika." The idea was both exhilarating and terrifying. A heretic entangled in the fate of an exiled prince, what a story her life had become.
"But how can I contribute?" she implored. "What if my powers draw danger instead of protection?"
Ravi leaned forward, eyes twinkling with wisdom earned through years of experience.
"Even the smallest flame casts long shadows, my friend.
You must learn to wield your gift, shape it into a beacon rather than a curse. The order of the eclipse is but a whisper now, yet it can roar back to life with the right words and intentions. You, Anika, hold a key." Anika felt the weight of his words settling in her heart, like a comforting blanket, warming the edges of her anxiety. There was a spark igniting within her, a realization that her path had just diverged into a landscape ripe with potential.
"Then I will follow the whispers," she vowed, feeling determination take root. "I want to know how I can support him, how I can challenge this oppression."
The exchange solidified the bond between them, igniting a shared resolve to step into the uncertain future together. As they mapped out potential strategies and avenues to connect with the exiled prince's rebellion, Anika couldn't shake the feeling that the crystals on her skin were pulsing in tandem with the heartbeat of the city itself, an echo of the stories waiting to be uncovered.
Outside, the Undercity carried on with its hushed secrets and shadows.
But inside that shelter, a flicker of hope began to illuminate the path ahead. Anika, the humble scribe, was no longer just a passive observer of history. She was destined to weave her own tale into the fabric of a world brimming with magic and conflict. With Ravi's guidance, she would dare to step beyond the darkness that sought to consume her, ready to face the unknown. Chapter 4: The Masked Mentor. Anika Vey pressed herself against the damp stone wall of the alley, her heart thundering in her chest as the echo of heavy boots approached. The narrow space felt confining, the weight of the crumpled document in her hand pressing against her palm, a reminder of the danger that coiled around her like a tightening noose. Shadows flickered in the dim light from distant lamps, revealing the fleeting crystalline patterns that shimmered across her skin, betraying the raw magic that coursed beneath her surface, a power she barely understood yet now depended upon. The guards' voices were sharp and authoritative, cutting through the murky air with commands that made her flinch.
"This way."
"Search the alley." Their boots splashed in the puddles, the sound echoing in the confined space like ominous thunder. She fought to suppress the instinct to bolt. Movement would only draw their attention, but the walls felt as if they were closing in. Anika's mind raced as she mentally replayed the earlier events, her hand trembling slightly as she recalled the details etched into the document, secrets of the Eclipsed Khaos, whispers of an ancient power that might tip the scales of the Tournament of Shadows. All the while the guards crept closer, their expressions tight, eyes scanning the darkened corners of the alley like hawks seeking prey.
"Nothing here," one of the guards muttered, shifting slightly, casting a shadow over Anika that made her hold her breath. "Yes, but it could be a trap," replied the other, stepping closer, nearly brushing against her.
The odor of oil and sweat clung to them, heightening her senses and spiking her adrenaline. She could feel the cold stones against her back, her modest scribe's attire a poor shield against the icy fear that settled in her bones. With every step the guards took, she focused on the surface of the document, her fingers brushing against its crinkled edges as if drawing strength from its words. There had to be a way out, she thought, her analytical mind working furiously as she weighed her options. It was only a matter of time before they discovered her. They had not left a single inch unchecked, their search methodical and relentless. Just as the tension peaked, a swift shadow darted between the guards, a figure cloaked in layers of dark flowing fabric that seemed to absorb the very light around it. The guards' surprise was palpable. Their heads snapped around in unison, startled expressions breaking their stern demeanor. In that fleeting moment, the pressure around Anika lessened, her heart leaping with a mixture of hope and trepidation. "Look out!" one of the guards shouted, but the warning came too late. The lithe figure moved with a precision that was almost dance-like, disarming one guard with an effortless twist, then ducking under another's grasp like smoke slipping through fingers.
"Still haven't learned how to catch a shadow, I see," the figure quipped, their voice smooth and dripping with dry humor, slicing through the tension as their agility shifted the entire atmosphere of the alley.
Anika's eyes widened. The Phantasm. A name that had floated through the whispers of taverns and hidden corners of the city. They were a myth, a ghost. And now here they were, making quick work of the guards, who stumbled in confusion as they attempted to respond. With expert flicks of their hands, the figure summoned an obscure Arcanith technique, and bolts of shimmering energy erupted, sending the guards scattering like leaves caught in a gale. It was not mere chaos, it was artistry in motion, a deliberate play that highlighted the Phantasm's mastery of shadow and magic. As silence descended like a blanket in the wake of their swift retreat, the Phantasm turned their steady, knowing gaze towards Anika, who still stood frozen, pressing against the rough stone.
"You are the last heir of the Order of the Eclipse," they declared, their voice low and measured, sending a shiver of recognition through her.
Anika's breath hitched. She barely had time to process the gravity of the statement, standing amid scattered shards of broken glass that reflected the faint moonlight. The world felt suddenly vast and filled with possibilities. As the Phantasm began to demonstrate subtle gestures that seemed to weave through the very air, she felt a spark of her own magic stirring within, drawing her towards their vision, towards her destiny.
"It is time to train, Anika," they continued, their tone a blend of authority and encouragement. "If you wish to reclaim what was taken from you, the tournament awaits.
The shadows will be your ally, you must learn to control them." With each careful word, each deliberate movement, they set the stage for the journey ahead, igniting a flicker of hope within Anika as the night seemed to promise secrets yet unfurling, paths waiting to be trodden in the dance of shadow and light. In the quiet sanctuary of the secluded courtyard, Anika Vey felt the weight of the night's events settling within her, like the chill in the air. The remnants of broken market stalls surrounded her, their shadows flickering in the moonlight, a stark contrast to the anxious flutter of her heart. As the Phantasm began their demonstration, a shiver of anticipation coursed through her. Here, amid the remnants of what once was, a chance for something greater awaited her, and every delicate gesture of her mysterious mentor sent ripples of hope through her determined spirit. The Phantasm moved gracefully, their lithe figure seemingly entwined with the shadows they commanded. With a flick of their wrist, darkness unfurled like a living tapestry, weaving intricate patterns in the air. Anika's eyes widened, captivated by the artistry of their manipulation, a whirl of shadows dancing like whispers on the wind. "Magic is about intention and control," they instructed, voice smooth and reassuring, yet filled with the authority of a seasoned teacher.
"It must come from within."
Swallowing her nerves, Anika stepped forward, her hands trembling slightly as she attempted to mirror their movements. But as she focused her will, shadows twisted rather than flowed, clashing and sputtering, losing coherence like ink washed away in rain. Frustration crept in, coloring her thoughts with doubt.
I can't, she breathed, a pang of despair striking her heart.
Every master was once an amateur, Anika, the phantasm replied, their tone steady, imbued with a gentle humor that lightened the air.
Let go of your fear.
Breathe. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. Memories of the endless rows of texts she'd studied came to her, every theory of magic, every hint at the eclipsed Khaos she had pored over. But there, within those thoughts, lurked a deeper anxiety, the fear of failure, of being trapped in her humble origins, of never being enough. Opening her eyes, she refocused on the phantasm, who watched her with a knowing gaze.
Remember the document you hold. What does it symbolize for you? Power, she whispered, the word hanging between them like a flickering candle. And hope. Then let that guide your hands, they encouraged, stepping aside to give her space.
The phantasm's confidence enveloped her, a silent reassurance that they believed in her potential, even when she struggled to grasp it herself. Anika extended her hands once more, centering herself. This time she envisioned the shadows as allies, waiting patiently for her command. As she breathed, she felt a warmth gathering within her, feeding into the shadows surrounding her, inviting them to join her dance. Slowly they began to respond, swirling gently at first, then gaining strength with each whisper of her will. Her heart raced as the shadows solidified, taking on a form that shimmered and wavered like mist.
Yes.
That's it. The phantasm exclaimed, their voice a melody of encouragement.
Channel that energy.
Feel it move through you. Exhilaration surged through Anika as her confidence swelled, a wellspring of connection surging forth as she surrendered to the magic. It twisted and folded, spiraling into something beautiful, a shadow figure, delicate yet distinct, reflecting the crystalline patterns glinting on her skin, showing the blend of light and dark that she had always thought to be disparate.
I did it.
I actually did it, she exclaimed, a joyful laugh spilling from her lips, exhilaration flooding her senses as the figure pulsated in time with her heartbeat, flickering between visibility and darkness like the playful dance of a flame.
Indeed you did.
The phantasm grinned, a rare spark of warmth illuminating their masked face.
But this is just the beginning.
You must learn to harness it in the tournament of shadows, where every ounce of your skill will be tested. Anika felt a rush of purpose rush through her.
I know. The tournament, it's my chance to clear my name and reclaim the Arcanith.
The seriousness of her goal set in, mingling with the thrill of discovery.
But what if I fail? The doubts crept in, whispering trepidation.
Every light casts a shadow, Anika. There's no way to guarantee victory, but every attempt is a step towards mastery, the phantasm responded, their voice steady as rock.
The tournament will test not only your skills, but your heart and resolve.
Anika's resolve strengthened as she weighed their words.
I want to show them I'm not just a low-born scribe. I want to be more. Then train harder, they interjected, their dry humor emerging briefly. The shadows favor those who earn their respect.
As the moon climbed higher, casting a soft glow over the courtyard, the weight of responsibility began to settle around Anika like a cloak. She was no longer merely a scribe, she was part of something greater, a fight for her name, her power, and her destiny. And with each passing moment, every flicker of magic she commanded, the shadow of doubt receded, replaced with a burgeoning sense of purpose that twined around her like a partner in the dance of fate. Chapter 5: Crystalline Constructs. Anika Vey stood in the dim confines of the chamber, surrounded by ancient stone walls marred by the scorched traces of past magic. The air buzzed with energy, thick with the scent of burnt ozone and dust, as she placed her trembling hands on the rough-hewn stone pedestal. Before her, a pool of chaotic energy glimmered, its brilliance both alluring and terrifying. She took a breath, steadying herself, as the phantasm circled, their presence both a comfort and a reminder of her precarious position in this unfolding moment. "Shape it but control it," the phantasm urged, their voice smooth and even, slicing through the charged atmosphere like a knife. Anika nodded, though doubt clung to her heart like a shadow. Her mind raced, desperately seeking clarity amid the swirling tempest of emotions. She had spent countless hours studying the Arcaniths, tracing the delicate lines of magic, yet here she was, facing the raw manifestation of power itself. Her palms tingled, as if tiny sparks danced just beneath her skin, urging her to unleash what lay dormant. Taking a deep breath, Anika thrust her hands toward the glowing pool, fingers outstretched like a diver's entering uncharted waters. The chaotic energy roiled and surged, responding to her intent with shimmering brilliance. For an instant, it felt like she was on the precipice of something profound, a connection to the ancient Khaos that thrummed with life and potential. Yet, as she focused, flashes of alternate realities flickered through her mind, grotesque and beautiful, images of fallen Order members and whispers of despair.
"Focus, Anika."
The phantasm's voice resonated, drawing her back from the dizzying heights of her imagination. "Maintain the form, let the crystal reveal its order, not its madness." Each word reverberated against the stone, a reminder that in this fractured world, clarity was as precious as the energy itself. Anika fought against the visions encroaching upon her senses, the kaleidoscope of fears and hopes wrestling for dominance in her thoughts. Straining against the intoxicating pull of the chaotic energy, she poured her will into the formation, willing the shapes to take structure. Her fingers moved in delicate patterns, guiding the ebb and flow, coaxing the energy toward stability. With each movement, crystalline patterns began to shimmer across her skin, faintly reflecting the hues of the chaos she battled to contain. The warmth and chill intertwined, sparking a whirl of sensations that seemed to dance around her, growing more intense with every passing moment. Anika staggered, a wave of panic rushing over her as the images spiraled out of control. She clenched her fists tightly, her heart pounding like a war drum. Was this what it meant to wield such power? A cloying mixture of fear and exhilaration washed over her, threatening to drown her. She could feel the shadows of doubt creeping into her mind, whispering questions that gnawed at her resolve. Would she falter? Would she fail?
"Concentrate,"
the phantasm interjected, their tone firmer, insistent.
"Channel it.
Remember, this chaos is not your enemy if you embrace its form." Their figure, a lithe silhouette weaving through the charged atmosphere, cut through her confusion. The determination in their voice ignited a spark within her, just enough to pierce through the veil of uncertainty shrouding her mind. With a renewed sense of purpose, Anika grounded herself. Drawing upon her studies, she recalled the ancient texts detailing the crystalline manifestations, each one a fragment of what was possible. It was not simply about commanding the energy, it was about understanding it. She took a step back, breathing deeply, her mind weaving patterns of logic and intuition together into a single, unyielding thread. Suddenly, clarity broke through like dawn dispelling the night. Anika thrust her hands out once more, shaping the energy with newfound resolve. The chaotic brilliance coalesced around her fingers, taking form as a crystalline construct that shimmered with an unsettling beauty. Within its depths lay reflections of potential, ghostly shadows swirling through the clarity, yet she could sense it holding together, responding to her touch. But the visions once again clawed at the edges of her mind, those distorted images demanding her attention. Faces twisted with anguish, the weight of their past crashing over her like a tide. Anika staggered, gripping the pedestal to steady herself, the charge in the air pulsing wildly, fueled by her emotional turmoil.
"Don't give in to despair,"
the phantasm commanded, their voice cutting through her rising panic like a beacon in the storm.
"Harness it.
Let each thought guide the crystal's shape." Anika felt their determination penetrate her confusion, and slowly she began to refocus. The swirling images dulled, fading to a soft murmur against the backdrop of her awareness, allowing her to tighten her grip on the crystalline construct. The swirling chaotic energy gave way to structure, each facet sparkling with purpose, refracting the light in radiant patterns. The raw energy responded to her insistence, transforming from a chaotic tempest to an elegant albeit jagged structure, a reflection of her inner conflict made manifest. A rush of exhilaration filled her as the energies harmonized, and with a powerful thrust of will, she solidified the form. The oppressive atmosphere remained thick around her, but now it felt charged with a sense of possibility. As Anika steadied herself, drawing deep from the well of her knowledge and instincts, she knew that this was only the beginning.
But just as the crystal began to resonate with the pulse of power, the quiet thrum of a distant unease infiltrated the chamber.
Anika's breath quickened, the darkness of uncertainty still loomed large in the background. Little did she know that this fragile mastery of the Eclipsed Khaos was about to be tested in ways she could not yet fathom. The moment of creation faded like a whisper, replaced by the low murmur of urgent voices seeping through the heavy stone door. Anika's heart raced at the sound, knowing too well that time was running short. The phantasm, ever vigilant, leaned closer, their presence sharpening the focus of the swirling energy still held in her hands, as reality closed in around her like a tightening vice.
"They're increasing the pressure outside. Stay focused," they muttered, their words like an anchor against the tide of rising anxiety swelling within her. The chamber felt increasingly suffocating, filled with the scent of magic and apprehension.
Anika's grip tightened around the crystalline construct, her knuckles whitening, as she wrestled with the flickering nature of her creation, a reflection of her own uncertainty. Through the stone walls, distant clangs of metal echoed ominously, punctuating the heavy silence within the chamber. Anika's thoughts spiraled, grappling with the understanding that Lady Kavita's relentless pursuit had turned the world outside into a swirling tempest of fear and consequence. The cunning political manipulator was unyielding, intent on crushing anything that dared to threaten her carefully curated authority. A heavy stillness settled between her and the phantasm, both aware of the ever-increasing danger lurking just beyond the stone barriers. In a surge of determination, Anika took a step forward, the glow from her crystalline construct illuminating her resolute expression.
"I won't let them break me," she asserted, her voice a quiet rebellion against the fear constricting her chest.
The phantasm nodded, their mask reflecting the dim light, an enigmatic acknowledgement that sparked a hint of admiration. With each pulse of energy swirling before her, Anika visualized her intentions, melding her thoughts into a coherent form. The crystal flickered uncertainly, its surface mirroring her apprehension. Yet she recalled the lessons learned under the watchful guidance of the phantasm. This chaotic energy was not her enemy, but a part of herself that demanded understanding and control. Suddenly the sounds outside intensified. An informant's hurried report pierced the atmosphere as a creaking passage gave way, flooding the chamber with fresh urgency. Anika turned, her breath hitching, as muffled warnings rode the stale air, foretelling of the relentless approach of her pursuers.
"The heretic scribe has been spotted in the vicinity," came the voice, strained and urgent. A chill ran down Anika's spine.
The stakes were raised, and she could feel the weight of expectations pressing upon her shoulders like an unyielding stone. Anika's heart pounded in time with the beating of the encroaching danger, her mind racing with thoughts of what could come next. The phantasm moved closer, their demeanor calculated, offering a sense of resolve that bolstered her trembling spirit.
"Remember, Anika. Trust in what you have learned," they intoned, their voice a steady calm in the midst of chaos. "Harness this power and protect what is yours."
Steeling herself against the uncertainty clawing at her insides, Anika responded to the phantasm's urging with fervor. Her thoughts locked in, she took a deep breath and focused on the crystalline construct, shaping it anew to reflect her will, a shimmering manifestation of her defiance against the dark forces that threatened to engulf her.
"I will not be defined by their fear," she declared, her voice rising above the encroaching din.
With each word, she felt her connection to the Eclipsed Khaos deepen, the energy thrumming with newfound clarity as if responding to her unwavering resolve. The outside pressure felt almost tangible, the certainty of pursuit pressing against her mind like a storm cloud looming on the horizon. As the whispers of danger danced through the chamber, Anika could sense that the moment of reckoning was nigh. Yet, even as the shadow of Lady Kavita's ambition loomed, she felt a growing sense of certainty within herself, a burgeoning understanding of her purpose in this battle against destiny. A confrontation was approaching, and with every fiber of her being, Anika vowed to face it head-on, wielding her power not as a curse but as a promise, both to herself and to those who had fallen in the shadows of ambition. Chapter 6: The Exiled Prince. Beneath the archives of Prakritpura, where whispers of ancient secrets lingered like the dust motes in the air, Anika Vey moved with deliberate grace in the secluded training chamber. Her dark hair caught the soft glimmers of light that danced around her skin, crystalline patterns shimmering as she channeled her magic. Each pulse of energy resonated with the very stone beneath her feet, a silent hum harmonizing with the flutter of her heart, steeped in both wonder and uncertainty. The chamber was a sanctum of sorts, carved from the earth and infused with the echo of forgotten spells. Shelves bowed under the weight of dusty tomes, the leather bindings cracked and worn, while cobwebs spun in the corners as if nature conspired to guard these secrets. Anika found solace in the musty scent of parchment, the kind that hinted at history. She inhaled deeply, allowing the familiar aroma to settle her thoughts, as she took her stance amidst the chaotic beauty of arcane residue scattered across the cold stone floor. With each movement, her fingers traced intricate patterns in the air, weaving the essence of her magic into crystalline constructs that flickered and danced around her. The spells unfurled from her fingertips, like the delicate unfurling of flower petals, shards of light refracting into the chamber. She focused, the quietness enveloping her, drowning out the outside world as she honed her craft, a humble scribe cultivating a skill that felt both powerful and overwhelming. As the shimmering structures flared and collapsed, Anika's thoughts wandered to the weight of her own abilities, burdening her with questions that seemed to echo back to her. Can I truly master this? Will I ever be enough to protect those I care for? But each time her uncertainty threatened to overwhelm her, she pushed through, remembering the fierce resilience within her. The magic was more than power, it was a lifeline, a connection to the Eclipsed Khaos that flowed just beneath the surface of her existence. Just as she lost herself in the flow of energy, a sharp sound broke the stillness.
The hurried footsteps echoed from a narrow passage leading to a shadowed alcove, pulling her back to the moment with a jolt of instinctive alertness.
Anika's heart quickened, the ethereal light dimming as her movements slowed, and she strained her ears to listen, uncertainty pooling in her gut. Something, a presence, had shifted in the air around her, weaving an intensity she had not felt before. Her pulse raced, reverberating through her as the warmth of her magic flickered, a response to the tension hanging heavy in the room. Anika paused, every fiber of her being tuned into the subtle vibrations that whispered of an impending encounter. She squared her shoulders, her resolve hardening as she contemplated what lay beyond the confines of her training. The sound grew clearer, the footsteps deliberate yet laden with urgency, the shadow of an unexpected visitor looming on the edge of her awareness. With an instinct born from both caution and curiosity, she waited, an embodiment of potential and purpose, her magic thrumming softly as she prepared for whatever challenge this new arrival might present. The alcove darkened momentarily, shadow swallowing the faint light, as a figure moved into the entrance. Anika felt a spark of recognition, then confusion and unease mingling in her chest. She felt his energy before she truly saw him, tall, broad-shouldered, with dark hair that caught the faint glow of her magic. As he emerged into the chamber, Anika's breath hitched, the weight of his presence filled the room, carrying the scent of woodsmoke and trouble.
"Prince Ajat," she breathed, the name escaping her lips like a whisper of disbelief.
His tense posture and guarded expression spoke of struggles fought in solitude.
"What brings you here?"
"I was cast out for daring to oppose Lady Kavita's schemes," he replied, his voice a low murmur layered with bitterness and pain, punctuated by the weight of his exile. Despite the circumstances that had thrust him into obscurity, the regal air about him remained, forged from years of nobility and education. Anika took a cautious step closer, her fingers still tracing the residual glow of her constructs, lingering between awe and concern.
You're not safe here."
The words came out as a half-formed thought, uncertain yet laced with urgency. "Perhaps," Ajat replied, eyes narrowing as he scanned their surroundings.
"But there's little choice left."
"I seek evidence, a piece of the truth." He produced a brittle, ornate fragment from a stolen Arcanith, holding it between them. The air thickened, as they regarded the delicate yet potent symbol of power. They huddled together, surrounded by stacks of dusty ledges and fractured statues, a secretive gathering forged in shadows and uncertainty. As Anika studied the intricate markings of the fragment, a determined glance exchanged between them marked the beginnings of something greater than either had anticipated. An alliance, forged in a moment of desperation, set against the looming shadows of Lady Kavita's machinations. "Together," she whispered, newfound resolve igniting a fire within her, "we will not stand idly by." Ajat met her gaze, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes, a shared understanding born of the burdens they each carried. In that dimly lit chamber beneath the old archives, a promise took root, ready to flourish in the face of darkness yet to come. The atmosphere in the chamber had thickened like the stale air before a storm, the shadows deepening around them, as Anika studied the delicate fragment Ajit had unveiled. The cold stone beneath her feet felt unyielding, reflecting her own rising sense of dread and determination, a shared gravity pulling them together as they contemplated the dangers ahead.
"What exactly do you intend to do with this?" she asked, her voice steadier than she felt.
The ornate piece glimmered faintly in the dim light, its markings hinting at the secrets held within, a potent reminder of the very power that had uprooted them both. Ajat met her gaze, his expression revealing a complex blend of calculation and hope.
"This fragment could be the key to exposing her machinations," he replied, tension threading through his words.
"It has been whispered that Lady Kavita has bound the Arcaniths to her will, obscuring the truth behind her ambitions. If we can prove her treachery, it might rally the court against her." Anika's mind raced, weighing the implications of his words. Could they really unravel the web she had spun? But Ajit, what if it's not enough? We risk everything just to bring the truth to light. The moment hung heavy in the air, their shared uncertainty swirling like the dust motes around them. Ajit exhaled slowly, a trace of frustration breaking through his otherwise composed demeanor.
I know the risks.
I've lived through them.
But we can't allow her to tighten her grip on the throne any longer. Not when so many lives are at stake.
Anika felt a pang of doubt clawing at her, questioning her readiness to take such monumental steps into the unknown. She had spent years steeped in texts, a humble scribe bound to the margins of history, now thrust into a position where every decision could turn the tides of fate.
I want to help, she said, her voice softer, but I don't know if I can stand against her influence.
Doubt is natural, Ajat replied, and there was a flicker of understanding in his eyes, a shared vulnerability.
We're both navigating uncharted waters. But you carry a strength I can sense.
Your magic is powerful, and we will need it.
He gestured to the fragment.
Together we might bring her down. An act against a single chain can bring the whole construct crumbling. His words resonated with something deep inside her, a stirring of purpose she had been reluctant to embrace. As she absorbed his belief in her capabilities, a newfound determination began to flicker to life. If we work together, we could harness the insights of the ancient texts I've studied, she said, her voice firming. If I can unlock the truth from them, it might give us the edge we need. Ajat nodded, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
Then we must begin.
We'll strategize, devise a way to uncover the extent of her plans before making our move. As they exchanged ideas, their conversation delved into the intricacies of court life, the tangled web of alliances and betrayals that defined their world. They spoke of the trusted allies who remained loyal, and the hesitant nobles who might join their cause if the evidence was convincing enough. Lady Kavita has carefully cultivated her circle, Anika said, the memories of whispers in the archives flooding back to her.
But those who fear her might respond if they sense a change in momentum. They won't want to be on the wrong side of the tide. That's where our opportunity lies, Ajat countered, excitement creeping into his tone. Her grip on power is not as absolute as it seems.
The discontent brews below the surface. We'll fan the flames of dissent. I will reach out to those sympathetic to my cause, but we must tread carefully. Anika's heart quickened, bolstered by the possibilities blooming between them. As they strategized, Ajat shared his harrowing tale, what had led to his exile, the weight of guilt that had long burdened him. He spoke of choices made and lost connections, his voice steady despite the sorrow buried beneath.
I thought I could shield my kingdom from her reach, but my attempts cost me everything.
I must do right by those I left behind, and that includes dismantling her hold. Each word was a crack in the ice of her own hesitations, each revelation peeling away her doubts like layers of an onion, revealing a depth of determination she hadn't recognized before. Together, she whispered, her voice now echoing with conviction.
We can write a new chapter for Suryathara.
They exchanged glances, that budding alliance solidified as they leaned closer, the shadows wrapping around them with both a sense of safety and urgency.
But just as the momentum surged forward, the distant sounds from outside became unmistakable, a soft shuffling, the echo of approaching footsteps, slicing through their cocoon of secrecy.
Anika froze, instincts firing as a chill shot down her spine.
Someone's coming, she whispered urgently. We must prepare.
Ajat straightened, an instant readiness overtaking him.
We need to act swiftly.
Hide the fragment. He hurriedly stowed the artifact, urgency lending him speed as he assessed their surroundings. Anika glanced toward the shadows where the narrow passage led, her heart racing, an adrenaline rush igniting her senses. They both crouched low, breath held, as the sound of footsteps grew closer, each second stretching into eternity, holding the weight of uncertainty and the danger that was now dangerously close. In that fleeting moment, poised between shadows and the unknown, the alliance forged in whispers and determination hung precariously, ready to challenge the tides of fate in the battle that awaited them just beyond the door. Chapter 7: Shadows and Spires. The modest study nestled within the crumbling arches of an old Prakritpura building felt worlds away from the clamor of the city beyond. Flickering candles cast dancing shadows across stacks of time-worn manuscripts, their spines worn and whispers of knowledge echoing in the cool air. Anika Vey stepped inside, her dark hair framing eyes that seemed to drink in every detail, the scent of aged ink and incense wrapping around her like a comforting shroud. Beside her, Prince Ajat moved with a quiet grace, his broad shoulders set, exuding both regal determination and the weight of unspoken histories. As the door creaked open, the warmth from the flickering candlelight spilled out, illuminating their faces. Anika's pulse quickened, her fingers brushing against the cool surface of the stone table, where faded inscriptions held untold stories. She caught Ajit's eye, and they shared a silent acknowledgement of the importance of this meeting, a convergence of knowledge and power both tantalizing and perilous. Samira Dar, the crystal sage and former royal archivist, waited amid the chaos of manuscripts and scattered scrolls, her steel-grey hair carefully braided and her robes perfectly draped. She greeted them with a measured nod, her gaze steady and knowing, as if she had already sifted through their intentions and unearthed their true motives.
"I have secrets about the Order of the Eclipse," Samira said without preamble, her voice a low melody beneath the faint crackle of the candles.
"But tread lightly, my sister Lady Samira Dar, the Shadow Weaver, fiercely guards noble control over magic." Her fingers danced across the inscriptions on the stone table, tracing the faded markings that whispered of long-buried truths. Ajit leaned forward, his brow furrowing slightly as he processed her words.
"What do you know of these secrets?" he inquired, his voice low and deliberate. "And what risks do they pose?"
The atmosphere thickened, charged with the weight of unspoken consequences. Samira glanced toward the door, ensuring their privacy before she continued.
"The Order is entwined with the Eclipsed Khaos," she began, her tone grave. "Their legacy is one of power, but also of profound imbalance.
Those who seek to manipulate noble magic will find themselves playing a dangerous game." Anika's thoughts raced, her mind stitching together the fragments of information. She noted the slight tremor in Samira's voice, the glint of urgency in her piercing gaze. The rustle of parchment filled the air, as Samira gestured towards a nearby scroll, its seal unbroken, a tantalizing hint of forbidden knowledge hidden within.
"The Khaos thrives on secrets, and the truth you uncover can either fortify the noble houses or dismantle their reign entirely."
Ajit's features softened, revealing a depth of understanding that often lay beneath his royal facade. "If the balance of power is shifting, then we cannot remain idle," he replied, conviction threading through his words.
"We must gather allies and act before it's too late."
With a thoughtful nod, Samira met his resolve with her own.
"This alliance you seek may be riddled with peril, but the forces at play are already moving.
The nobility will not relinquish control easily, and any misstep could ignite a spark that upends the entire hierarchy." Anika felt the gravity of Samira's warning settle over them like a shroud. Her analytical mind raced, balancing the risk against the potential for change. A dripping sound echoed from somewhere in the shadows, a slow rhythm that matched the rapid thrum of her heartbeat. The conversation wove around her, a tapestry of intent and caution, each word carefully chosen, each question leading them further into the realm of the unknown. Ajat, ever strategic, pressed further.
"What of the Order's plans? Are they aware of the growing dissent among the common people?"
His tone remained measured, even as the tension coiled like a spring within the room.
They are, Samira replied, her voice steady.
And they will respond with swift retribution to maintain their status quo. Knowledge, once gained, is a double-edged sword. Anika shivered slightly at the implications of Samira's insight, aware of her own precarious position amidst the political turmoil. Yet there was a flicker of hope in her heart, the possibility of shifting power, of uncovering truths that could change everything for those who had long suffered in silence. Time slipped through their fingers, the shadows stretching as the conversation deepened, exploring the rich tapestry of magic, politics, and the hidden dangers of the order. Anika felt her pulse quicken, her instincts sharpening as she noted each detail, the layers of intrigue wrapping around her thoughts. She leaned closer, willing to grasp the knowledge offered while recognizing the stakes involved. As the shadows outside lengthened, the air thick with incense and the ancient scent of parchment, a silent agreement seemed to bind them in their purpose. Together, they would navigate this treacherous terrain, seeking the truth hidden within the pages of history, even as the darkness loomed just beyond the candlelight. As the trio slipped through the narrow shadowed corridor, the ambience shifted, cloaking them in secrecy. Flickering candlelight barely illuminated the stone walls, whispering tales of past deliberations, hidden from the eyes of the unworthy. The scent of warm wax lingered in the air, mingling with the faint echoes of distant city sounds, a world bustling just beyond their fragile sanctuary. Anika found solace in the cocoon of shadows, where secrets had the power to reshape destinies, her heart quickening with each step into the unknown. Once they were deeper within the corridor, Samira turned, leaning against the cool stone wall.
The balance of the cows rests on keeping these secrets hidden, she stated, her expression unwavering.
Any misstep could ignite a spark that upends the entire hierarchy. Her voice held a gravity that settled over them, wrapping them in an awareness of their perilous undertaking. Ajit's eyes narrowed, the muscles in his jaw tensing as he considered her words.
You speak as though the Order's power is beyond our reach.
Can we not challenge the established control? His tone was steady, yet a hint of frustration colored his inquiry.
The Order holds sway over magic, but knowledge is a weapon, Samira replied, her voice firm. Your intentions must be carefully considered.
I fear my sister, the Shadow Weaver, will do anything to retain that control, even if it means turning on her own. Anika observed the flicker of emotions passing across Samira's face, sensing the weight of familial bonds laced with rivalry.
You know the risks she poses, she interjected softly, striving to keep the conversation focused. What can we do to mitigate that danger?
If we are to act, we must understand our adversaries.
The first step is discretion, Samira advised, her fingers twitching as if grappling with memories.
Seek allies who will not be drawn into the web of betrayal. The common people, those who live in the shadows, may hold more power than you realize. Ajat met Anika's gaze, a silent understanding passing between them, each one determined to pursue justice, aware of the forces aligned against them.
We've seen the discontent brewing in the city, he remarked. If we could unite those voices, we might challenge the nobles.
I agree, Anika responded, feeling a growing surge of confidence.
But we must tread carefully.
Knowledge can unravel the delicate balance of power, but it can also illuminate the path to change.
Then let us strategize, Samira said, a glimmer of resolve appearing in her eyes. We must decide whom we can trust, and who will stand with us against the Order's machinations.
Together, they delved into whispered plans, mapping out potential allies in the maze of political intrigue that threaded through Suryathara. Anika's analytical mind spun webs of connections, recalling past conversations she had overheard and the muted hopes shared among the common folk. As they spoke, the atmosphere shifted, charging with possibility and danger. Time slipped away, but they were cocooned in purpose. With each plan articulated, Anika's heart raced, the weight of responsibility mingling with hope, a beacon in the shadowy path ahead. Ajit's steady presence anchored her, lending her courage to pursue their ambitious goals. As their conversation drew to a close, a sense of urgency settled upon them, heavy with the realization that they were crossing a threshold from which there might be no return. They made a quiet pact, exchanging glances filled with determination, preparing to face the oppressive forces that sought to keep magic confined within the bounds of noble houses. Anika took a deep breath, the lingering sense of wax and stone anchoring her in the moment.
"We may face dangers," she said, her voice steady. "But together, we can strive to unveil the truth and create a better future."
With a final nod, the trio emerged from the corridor, their hearts aligned with a shared resolve, stepping into the unknown with the muted sounds of the city echoing in their ears, a reminder of the lives that hung in the balance, the choices yet to be made, and the destiny awaiting them all. Chapter 8: Echoes of the Fallen God. The ancient ruins loomed before them, crumbling stone walls whispering the secrets of a bygone age. Jagged symbols of the Eclipsed Khaos flickered in the dim light, barely visible under a cloak of moss, as cool moist air wound its way through the labyrinth of fallen arches. The trio stepped cautiously into this forgotten realm, the weight of centuries echoing with each footfall against the uneven stone floor. Anika Vey led the way, her dark hair framing her face as she moved with quiet determination. The crystalline patterns that shimmered across her skin caught glimmers of the ethereal light, hinting at her unique connection to the magic that pulsed in the depths of these ancient halls. Behind her, Prince Ajit's tall figure carried an air of quiet authority, despite the humble attire he wore in exile. He brushed his fingers over the carved symbols, intrigued yet cautious.
"These markings feel like whispers from the past," he observed, his voice resonating with thoughtful gravity.
His gaze roamed the contours of the worn stone, absorbing the history embedded in its very essence.
"Whispers that might bite," the phantasm replied, their voice a smooth blend of mystery and wit.
The mask obscured their features, but their body language suggested an ever-watchful awareness of the space around them. Old magic never truly dies, it merely sleeps until roused. As they ventured deeper, shadows danced along the stone walls, and the air thickened with a sense of expectancy. Each step was a careful negotiation with the remnants of magic that lingered here, waiting to be awakened or unleashed. The coolness of the damp air mixed with the earthy aroma of aged stone, creating a heady atmosphere that both exhilarated and unnerved them. Anika glanced back at her companions, a spark of excitement igniting within her. She felt a pull towards the depths of the ruins, a deep-seated urge to uncover the mysteries concealed in this hushed sanctuary. With each twist and turn of the crumbling archways, she documented her surroundings with meticulous attention, ensuring that no detail slipped through her grasp. As they passed under a collapsed archway, the uneven stone beneath their feet echoed with the remnants of long-lost rituals. Anika raised her hand, brushing against the worn surface as if to awaken it.
"There's something alive here," she mused, eyes narrowing in concentration. "Or something that should have remained forgotten," Ajit remarked, his brow furrowed as he scanned the surroundings, protective instinct honed from years of navigating both courtly elegance and the harsh realities outside the palace walls.
The phantasm's voice sliced through the thick silence.
"There's power here, undeniable power. But like all power, it is bound by its own rules, waiting for an unworthy soul to set it free."
A flicker of energy danced across Anika's fingertips as she considered the weight of their purpose. The path forward remained uncertain, every footfall a step closer to unraveling the untold stories that the ruins clutched so tightly. With an unexpected blend of excitement and trepidation, she pushed onward, eager to delve deeper into the labyrinthine depths, where the past still thrummed beneath their feet. Shadows wrapped around them, and the whispers of the ruins beckoned, leading them toward an unknown revelation, a revelation that would reshape their understanding of magic and destiny alike. The collapsed corridor stretched before them like the gullet of a great beast, each step sending up plumes of dust that hung in the air, waiting for the first sign of movement. At the end of this dark tunnel lay a heavy vault door, ornate and intricate, glimmering with runes that hummed softly, echoing the heartbeat of ancient magic. Anika's heart raced as she took in the sight, the carvings seeming to pulse with an energy that resonated deep within her.
"Look at this door," Ajit murmured, stepping closer to examine the ornate design.
His fingers traced the lines etched into the metal, delicate and powerful, evoking the sense of both danger and allure.
"It feels like it could contain 1,000 secrets."
"Secrets best kept locked away," the phantasm interjected, their voice laced with intrigue. They stepped cautiously to the side, shadows bending around them as they adjusted their stance, their lithe form poised for anything.
"Such vaults often carry the weight of curses."
Anika felt an irresistible pull, her curiosity igniting a spark within her. With her heart hammering in her chest, she stepped closer.
"But what if these secrets can help us?"
Her voice was barely above a whisper, almost drowned out by the resonating hum of magic, thrumming through the air. Just then, a sudden shimmer of light caught their attention, and from the surrounding shadows emerged Prisma the Vigilant, a sentient, crystalline construct whose angular body shifted fluidly, almost like a living mosaic of refracted light. The air crackled as it took a defensive stance, every facet of its crystalline form reflecting their apprehensive expressions.
"State your purpose,"
Prisma commanded in its multi-toned voice, resonating like chimes ringing through the air, an unmistakable aura of authority and protection radiating from its figure. Anika felt a twinge of both awe and anxiety. Such guardians often held secrets even their creators dared not comprehend. "Just 3 wanderers seeking knowledge," the phantasm quipped, glancing at Anika with a wry smile that was almost masked by their flowing fabrics. "Or perhaps just curious souls lured by the siren song of ancient power." Before any further words could be exchanged, Anika's hand moved almost of its own accord, drawn to the vault door's shimmering surface. As her fingers brushed the cold metal, a shock wave of energy coursed through the air, flaring crystalline patterns along the walls that mirrored the ones decorating her skin. She gasped, the sudden surge jolting her senses. In an instant, visions crashed over her, vivid, disjointed images swirled before her mind's eye. A chaotic scene unfolded, the cataclysmic demise of a fallen god, shards of radiant light colliding with enveloping shadows in a celestial ballet of destruction. Desperate cries echoed, stirring a long-buried sorrow that gripped her heart with ice-cold fingers.
"Anika!"
Ajit's voice pulled her back, solid and grounding. He steadied her, his presence a calming anchor amidst the swirling tempest of sensations.
"Focus on your breath. Let it settle."
Through the haze of images, she caught the phantasm's quip. "Looks like the relics aren't too keen on visitors." A hint of dry humor permeated their tone, cutting through the weight of her vision with the familiar cadence of playful cynicism. With a sharp exhale, the rush of magic around her subsided, leaving only the dimly glowing vault door and her shivering hands as reminders of what had transpired. The shimmering crystalline patterns flickered and dimmed, calming at Ajit's side.
"Whatever lies beyond that door is entwined with chaos," the phantasm observed, their body language a mix of wariness and intrigue. "I would advise caution."
Anika blinked away the remnants of the vision, refocusing on the vault. They were perched at the precipice of something monumental. The moment felt charged, suspended in anticipation as they exchanged glances laden with unspoken questions. Together, they stood at the threshold of wonder and peril, teetering on the brink of secrets waiting to be unearthed. With the vault momentarily calmed, the trio gathered around the ancient artifacts illuminated in soft pulsating light, their forms echoing secrets long obscured. Each item seemed to pulse with a history steeped in chaos, their surfaces etched with the markings of a power both formidable and intoxicating, waiting to be rediscovered. Anika felt a thrill course through her as she reached for a scroll, its delicate parchment seemingly untouched by the hands of time. Carefully unfurling it, she leaned closer, her eyes wide with wonder. "Look at these markings, they might detail the very essence of Arcaniths," she breathed, her voice a mix of disbelief and excitement. Each intricate symbol was a doorway to ancient knowledge, whispering tales of power that had long since slipped from the grasp of the living. As she meticulously documented the scroll's markings, the phantasm maintained a vigilant watch, their presence an ever-shifting shadow in the glow of magical light.
"You know, knowledge can be as dangerous as the magic that wields it," they remarked with an edge of caution, eyes darting to the flickering shadows beyond the vault, ever wary of unseen threats. "We need to understand this magic," Anika insisted, her voice carrying a resolute urgency.
"If we don't, we risk losing our chance to harness its power for good.
This could change everything."
Ajat, ever the protector, scrutinized the surroundings, his brows furrowing as he absorbed the growing weight of their discoveries.
"Just remember that power can corrupt as easily as it can empower," he cautioned.
The memories of his own trials under the weight of responsibility lingered behind his words, a somber reminder of the fine line they walk. Just as the group settled into their concentrated labor, a subtle movement from the shadows drew their attention. Without a sound, Lord Rajan Indrakshi stepped into the soft luminescence, his presence commanding and enigmatic. The light shimmered off the crystalline beads woven through his braids, casting small constellations around the dimly lit vault.
"Ah, the trio seeking forbidden knowledge," Rajan began, his voice smooth and calculated, cutting through the tension like a blade. "I foresee your actions echoing through the realm."
His grey eyes gleamed with a knowing glint, the weight of ancient foresight shimmering just beneath the surface. Anika's heart sank as she met his gaze, her pulse quickening.
"What do you mean?" she asked, striving to keep her tone steady despite the disquiet growing within her.
"Each artifact you recover draws upon threads of destiny intertwined with chaos. Be wary of what you awaken," he replied, the edge of a warning threaded through his measured words.
"Are you suggesting we leave these behind?"
Ajat pressed, frowning at the implications of Rajan's foresight. His noble upbringing had taught him to tread carefully through webs of political intrigue, yet here was a tapestry woven with risk, one that threatened not only their futures but that of Suryathara itself.
"I merely caution against recklessness.
Power has its price, and history often repeats itself in ways we do not anticipate," Rajan concluded, his composed demeanor slipping just enough to reveal the concern that lay underneath. A heavy silence settled over the trio, laden with the gravity of his words. Anika exchanged glances with Ajat and the phantasm, unease reflecting in their expressions. They stood at the heart of forgotten history, entangled in a web of magic and destiny that had suddenly grown more complex, and perhaps more perilous than any of them had anticipated. As they stared at the collected artifacts, now illuminated under the glowing shadows, the echoes of Rajan's warning resonated within them. The future felt shrouded in uncertainty, and the weight of their discoveries pressed heavily on their shoulders. With the fading glow of ancient magic whispering beneath their feet, they were caught between wonder and fear, a prelude to the challenges that awaited them beyond the threshold of the vault, and into the uncertain future that awaited Suryathara. Chapter 9: Opening Gambit. Anika stepped into the grand arena of the Tournament of Shadows, her heart steady despite the storm of voices swirling around her. Under the borrowed name from the phantasm, she blended seamlessly into the throng of challengers and spectators. Clusters of nobles and commoners mingled, the air thick with whispered bets and sharp glances, yet her gaze was fixed on the raised platform where Lady Kavita Veship sat, poised and calculating, her eyes scanning the crowd like a hawk hunting for prey. The arena itself was a magnificent spectacle, its towering walls adorned with banners that fluttered like pennants in a soft wind. Spectators packed the stone seats, a sea of brightly colored robes, elegant jewelry, and nervous energy. Anika felt the pull of anticipation ripple through her. The aroma of burning torches mixed with the sweet scent of blooming night flowers drifted on the breeze. It was intoxicating, but more than that, it was dangerous. Adjusting the simple cloak that obscured her true identity, Anika pulled it tighter around her frame, inhaling deeply to steady her racing thoughts. The fabric brushed against her skin, a reminder of the artifice that shielded her from recognition. Each step felt purposeful, a quiet act of defiance against the eyes of those who would judge her merely by her humble beginnings. Underneath the cloak, she felt the warmth of her crystalline magic, stirring in resonance with the electricity of the crowd. She squashed the instinct to hesitate, her spine straightening with resolve as she moved further into the thrumming energy. In the elevated platform, Lady Kavita maintained her silence, a stately queen surveying her kingdom. With dark hair adorned with intricate golden ornaments glinting in the torchlight, she appeared every bit the powerful consort, formidable and unnerving. Anika noted the way Lady Kavita's calculating gaze swept over the crowd, weighing the potential threats against her dominion. Anika's stomach twisted at the thought. Was she among those considered a risk? Or simply another pawn in Kavita's meticulously calculated game? Tension wound through the air like a living thing as Anika edged forward. In that moment of stillness, her heart raced as she recalled her years spent scribing ancient texts, her fascination with forgotten histories teetering on the brink of revelation. The magical threads that whispered through her being felt ready to unravel, and it was both exhilarating and terrifying. "Remember, you are not who they expect," came the voice of the phantasm, cutting through her reverie. They moved quietly beside her, their figure enveloped in dark layers, an emblem of stealth and wisdom. Anika turned to meet their gaze, noting the subtle nod and their enigmatic smile that kindled a flicker of confidence within her. The cloaked figure leaned closer, their voice low. "Stand tall. The shadows don't know your name yet, but they will." Taking a deep breath, she absorbed their reassurance, wrapping it around herself like a protective shroud. The arena began to buzz anew as she melded into the masses of aspiring challengers, her pulse synchronized with the rising anticipation of the duel to come. Anika wove through clusters of murmuring nobility and hopeful commoners, her presence almost ghostly, as she shifted between vibrant exchanges and hushed speculation. She caught snippets of whispered bets on the upcoming matches, men and women clad in ornate armor, trading gossip, with a sort of gravity reserved for events of utmost importance. Her heart thumped louder as she mingled, sensing the thick cloud of anxiety and expectation that draped over the onlookers, like a heavy mantle. She leaned against a worn stone pillar for support, briefly closing her eyes as the clamoring voices turned to a dull hum. The feel of the cool stone against her palm was grounding. Taking stock of her disguise, she concentrated on maintaining an expression of neutrality, forcing any flicker of nerves to the back of her mind. A promise echoed there. She was not simply a scribe here, she was more than that. Glancing up, her gaze locked briefly with the assessing eyes of Lord Rajan Indrakshi, standing near the edge of the platform. Even at this distance, she could feel the weight of his scrutiny, the enigmatic noble known for his wisdom and strategic intellect. His presence was unsettling yet motivating, feeding her burgeoning determination to rise above the expectations pressed upon her. The air around the arena crackled, heavy with tension, as Anika finally stepped forward to claim her place among the challengers. Each movement was deliberate, the culmination of a decision made long before she crossed the threshold into the arena.
As she walked, a sense of calm enveloped her, guiding her steps towards destiny.
The moment she found her spot among the assembled competitors, a breeze whisked through the space, swirling whispers and igniting flickers of shadow and light in her mind. Anika drew herself up straight, eyes sweeping the arena once more, and for the briefest moment she caught Lady Kavita's gaze. The tension between them was palpable, and though unspoken, it held the weight of uncountable possibilities. Taking a steadying breath, Anika steeled her heart. The world around her narrowed down to the single notion that she was here to make her mark. In that moment, she knew with unwavering clarity, it was time to embrace the magic within her and let it shine. In the center of the arena, a charged silence hung in the air, the gathered spectators leaning forward as the duel began. Anika squared her shoulders, glancing across at her opponent, a shadow mage whose dark robes swirled around him like smoke, unsettlingly graceful. Their eyes met, a challenge echoed in the subtle sneer that twisted on the shadow mage's lips, prompting a spark of defiance deep within her. The ground beneath them bore marks from previous battles, faint scorches and flickering magical symbols suggesting a long history of power and rivalry. Anika inhaled, feeling the weight of that legacy settling on her, yet she stood resolute. The arena pulsed with energy, the anticipation tangible, as she felt the crowd's eyes upon her. There were whispers and murmurs, floating around her, like currents of electricity.
"Your heart's not in this, scribe," the shadow mage hissed, his voice low and smooth, laced with mockery. "You think you can wield magic in this realm? You should know your place." "I won't back down," Anika shot back, her voice strong and steady despite the quiver in her core.
The determination flooding her chest bolstered her confidence, as she prepared to face him.
The crowd's collective breath held, eyes glistening with the promise of a spectacle.
Without further preamble, the duel erupted. The shadow mage lunged forward, casting a bolt of dark energy toward her. Anika pivoted just in time, dodging the attack, but she felt the backlash as it struck the ground beside her, leaving a charred mark that signified its danger. In that heart-stopping moment, something deep within her stirred. Drawing upon that magic, she felt a rush of power weaving through her veins, calling for her to embrace it fully. The crystalline constructs she had kept dormant flickered to life in response. With a surge of confidence, she focused her intent and summoned shimmering patterns to her palms, magic igniting with a radiant glow as energy sparked around her fingertips. The arena shone as Anika flung the crystalline shards toward her opponent. They twinkled like stars against the backdrop of the dimly lit arena, before bursting with brilliance. The shadow mage twisted, dodging, yet some shards found their mark, glancing against his robes. It was a blow, but he countered quickly, sending waves of twisting shadows swirling toward her, obscuring her view as darkness encroached. Sparks flew in the heated air as their magic clashed. Anika felt alive, electric with the ebb and flow of power. Each surge from her crystalline constructs felt like the resonant notes of a symphony, vibrating through the very stone beneath her feet. With each flick of her wrist, Anika sculpted her magic into defenses and counterattacks, creating a stunning display of light that contrasted sharply with the malevolent shadows of her opponent. The crowd gasped, a mix of surprise and awe swirling through the arena as the fight intensified. Anika's hands danced, directing shimmering shapes that sent electric thrills coursing through her veins. She dodged and parried, mirroring the aggressive dance of her opponent. There was a rhythm to their exchange, each pulse of magic echoing the underlying tension of the gathering. The Shadow Mage pressed on, and with every assault, Anika felt the burden of doubt gnawing at her determination. Could she truly command the power coursing through her? She was not the lowborn scribe of the archives, she was a conduit for magic both ancient and fierce. Summoning her resolve, Anika countered one of the Shadow Mage's aggressive strikes, her crystalline constructs solidifying into a brilliant shield just in time to deflect a particularly menacing bolt of magic. The arena lit up with the clashing forces, the bursts sending sparks flying and illuminating the crowd's enraptured faces. She sensed the shift in momentum. With newfound clarity, Anika channeled her inner strength, crystallizing the very essence of her magic into a vibrant blade, a weapon crafted from light, radiating warmth and resolve. The shadows of the arena seemed to retreat, as she wielded it with intention, no longer merely reactive, but decisively assertive. The Shadow Mage, visibly taken aback, faltered, and Anika seized the moment. With swift precision she advanced, her luminous blade slicing through the air toward him. As it connected, a surge of energy erupted, a conflux of light and darkness battling for supremacy, leaving the spectators breathless. Amidst the cacophony of energy, Anika felt the overwhelming presence of her own potential washing over her, her inner strength manifesting in shimmering patterns. She had crossed a threshold, and it felt euphoric and terrifying all at once. Then the duel reached its climactic moment, as Anika, focusing every ounce of her willpower, launched a final strike against the Shadow Mage. The radiant crystal blade pierced through the gathering shadows, shattering them, and revealing a vision of clarity. He stumbled back, thrown off balance by the force of her magic. As the echo of their duel rang out in the arena, she stood tall, the pulse of victory coursing through her veins. The crowd erupted, a cacophony of gasps, cheers, and hushed conversations rippling through the masses. Anika, breathing heavily, held her head high, feeling the weight of every stare pressing upon her, both inquisitive and impressed. Among the sea of faces, she caught a glimpse of Lady Kavita Veship, her expression inscrutable, yet the calculating eyes revealed more than they hid. Nearby, Lord Rajan Indrakshi stood, admiration evident in his gaze. Anika's victory was undeniable, a crack in the facade of expectations that threatened to reshape the dynamics of power within the realm. Anika had transformed, a lowborn scribe now glowing with undeniable strength, her hidden power awakened and ready to shape the fate of Prakritpura. Chapter 10: The Blood Crown Revealed. The arena was alive, a heartbeat echoing through the throng of spectators who gathered to witness the fierce battles of magic and might. Bright banners whipped in the air like predatory birds, while the clash of spells filled the atmosphere with an electric anticipation. Anika Vey stood poised, her dark hair catching the flickering light of enchanted torches, as she focused on the swirling energies around her, knowing that today would demand more than she had ever given. As the first match began, Anika stepped forward into the bright expanse of the arena, her modest scribe's attire giving no hint of the raw magic that coursed through her veins. With a subtle gesture, crystalline constructs sprang to life, shimmering shards that danced at her fingertips, catching the light in dazzling displays of brilliance. The audience gasped as the glimmering pieces expanded and floated gracefully, a magnificent spectacle that spoke of ancient wisdom fused with raw power. It was both a dance and a deadly art, every movement calculated, yet infused with a spirit that resonated with the crowd. From the edge of the arena, the viewers erupted in cheers, faces alight with amazement and trepidation. Gasps echoed through the space as Anika unleashed another wave of crystalline magic, sending glistening shards toward her opponent. Each burst of color illuminated the space like an artist's brush, yet the underlying tension within the air was palpable. She could feel the thrumming rhythm of magic resonating around her, pulsating with a frenetic energy that echoed in her heart. While the duel raged on, her focus remained unwavering. Anika met each attack with fervor, creating barriers of crystalline light that shimmered, refracting the chaos around her. She felt the weight of her abilities. This was a moment where she had to shine. Yet amidst the chaos, she could feel something lurking at the back of her mind, the looming figure of Lady Kavita Veship, and the whispers of her dangerous ambition. Then, just as she deflected a barrage of spells aimed at her, she caught a glimpse of Prince Ajat moving through the crowd, his eyes steady, cutting through the tension like a beacon. It was a subtle shift in her focus, but it tugged at her awareness. There was something urgent in his approach. He navigated through the clamor of the audience, slipping past onlookers with the grace of a practiced nobleman, yet there was an intensity in his demeanor that set him apart. Finally, between bouts, as Anika took a breath to gather herself, Ajat was close enough for her to hear the urgent whisper of his voice.
"We must stop her plan before she completes the blood crown," he implored, eyes flickering with an intensity that mirrored her own concern.
His demeanor was composed, but Anika could see the undercurrent of fear and determination bubbling just beneath the surface. "I won't let this kingdom fall," Anika replied firmly, her tone measured, echoing a quiet strength that defied the weight of uncertainty bearing down on her. They shared a brief, electric moment, the urgency of their situation hanging in the air. She could feel the pulse of magic intertwining with their resolve, weaving a tapestry of fate that bound them together in that fleeting instant. With quick deliberation, they retreated into the shadowed alcove near the edge of the arena, where the subtle glow of enchanted torches created a warm ambience despite the chaos outside. The faint hum of distant incantations framed their whispered exchange, wrapping them in secrecy. The map that lay before them was discreetly drawn, its edges frayed from use, hinting at the hidden location of Lady Kavita's ritual site, where the very essence of power lay just out of reach. As they scrutinized the map, the tension coiled tighter in the space around them. Anika could hardly glance at the inked lines tracing Kavita's plan, without feeling the weight of inevitability pressing down on her. "If we're going to do this, we must understand the stakes," Ajat said, voice steady but his eyes reflecting a storm of emotions. In the distance, they could see Lady Kavita surveying the proceedings from her elevated dais, a regal silhouette amidst the swirling chaos. The crowd's fervor and excitement were merely pawns in her grand design, and with each breath, Anika felt the urgency to thwart the rising tide of Kavita's ambitions growing.
"Time is slipping away," she breathed, her resolve solidifying as her heart pounded in rhythm with the fervor of the audience outside.
"We must act before she casts her final spell." Ajat nodded, a flash of determination igniting in his gaze. With their fates intertwined, they prepared to confront the darkness that lurked behind the shimmering promises of magic, ready to fight for the future of their kingdom and the people they held dear. As the final phase of the tournament unfurled, the arena thrummed with an intensity that could almost be tasted. Each heartbeat echoed in time with the chanting of the crowd, a sea of eager faces alight with anticipation as Anika took her position.
This was no longer just a test of skill. It had evolved into a dramatic battle of fate, where every move could change the course of history.
In the center of the arena, the air shimmered with the anticipation of spellcraft. Anika felt a rush of energy surge within her, driving her forward into the clash that awaited. With her dark hair swirling around her shoulders, she stood ready to confront her opponent once more.
The crowd roared, and she let the sound fuel her resolve.
She had fought too hard to back down now, and the fate of Prakritpura hung by a thread. As the match commenced, Anika summoned crystalline constructs that exploded into the air like shooting stars. The shards arched gracefully before striking down upon her opponent, who retaliated with fiery bolts of magic. The arena transformed into a tempest of colors and lights, a living tapestry where every burst of energy resonated through the enchanted space. She was acutely aware of each spell's energy, feeling the very fabric of the tournament shift with every strike and counterstrike. "Stay focused," her inner voice called, sharpening her focus as she maneuvered through the blinding light of spellfire. The ground beneath her shifted, rearranging itself in the wake of their duel, creating a dazzling yet chaotic landscape. Each fragment of her magic added to the transformation, each throw of power a brushstroke on the ever-changing canvas of the arena. Across the crowded expanse, Ajat slipped quietly through a side corridor, fueled by a growing sense of urgency. The flickering enchanted banners whispered secrets as he moved, the residual energy of magic, imbued in the air, tangling with the worry twisting in his gut. He had to intercept a courier bearing crucial intelligence about Lady Kavita's final preparations, the stakes of their endeavor hanging in a precarious balance. As he turned a corner, the courier awaited him, barely contained energy reflecting in their wary eyes.
"Your Highness, I was sent to deliver urgent news," the courier stated, breathless with urgency.
"Lady Kavita's ritual to fuse the Arcanith with the cows is nearing completion. She intends to cast the final spell once the last duel ends." Ajat felt the ground beneath his feet momentarily shift. This was not mere news, it was a harbinger of doom.
"We must act immediately," he replied, his voice firm as determination solidified in his chest. "Lady Kavita cannot be allowed to complete her design."
He absorbed the implications, understanding the stakes in a heartbeat. Every word the courier spoke resonated with the weight of impending calamity. As Ajat glanced back toward the arena, a scene unfolded before him. Anika's energy radiated in powerful bursts as she engaged in a dizzying exchange of spells. Even from afar, he could feel the intensity of her focus, her every move precise and unwavering. In the midst of it all, their eyes met, a silent connection filled with urgency and resolve. A shared determination, born from the understanding that they were racing against fate. "Anika," he whispered under his breath, sensing that time was slipping through their fingers like grains of sand. The tumult of magical energies coalescing on the central stage provided a frantic soundtrack as his heart raced.
"There is no time to lose. Her final ritual begins as this match concludes."
With resolve surging within him, Ajat slipped away, returning to the shadows, the whisper of determination against the overwhelming current of impending chaos. Every passing moment felt weighty, each beat in the arena heralding a potential doom. Back on the battlefield, Anika surged forward, summoning walls of crystal that deflected her opponent's magic, like a dancer twirling elegantly across the stage. Each clash rang out, metallic and fierce, resonating with a fierceness that hinted at the brewing storm of magic within the arena.
It felt as if the very air crackled with potential, a countdown to an impending confrontation.
The ground beneath her seemed to pulse as her crystalline constructs formed barriers and weapons, in a dazzling dance of control and precision. This was the essence of her being, drawing from both ancient knowledge and raw instinct, allowing her to shape the world around her in real time. Each shard she conjured bore a mark of artistry and lethal intent, a dance of beauty poised at the precipice of devastation. In the heart of this climax, the arena transformed into a vivid battleground, contrasting the cheers of the crowd with the encroaching shadow of Lady Kavita's ambitions. The echoes of battles past tingled in the air, carrying the weight of centuries as Anika fought fiercely, channeling her resolve to protect the kingdom she loved. With a surge of inspiration, Anika took a deep breath, focusing on Ajit's resolute presence in her mind, empowering her next move. She knew they had to act before it was too late, to thwart the ambitious schemes swirling around them, making her vow tangible in every decisive strike. As her spells slammed into her opponent with force, illuminating the arena in a cascade of dazzling colors, she knew what was at stake. Fate had chosen its champions, and in that vital moment, Anika understood the magnitude of her power and responsibility. They would confront the darkness together, not as mere competitors in a tournament, but as a united force against the shadows threatening to engulf their realm. And as the final spells erupted in a dazzling symphony of light, Anika's determination burned brighter than ever. This was just the beginning. Chapter 11: Betrayal in Crystal. In the heart of the arena, the tension hung thick like mist, swirling around the contestants as if drawn from the very essence of the Eclipsed Khaos. Cries of excitement intermingled with gasps of disbelief when Prisma the Vigilant pivoted unexpectedly, its crystalline body flashing with uncertain light, a signal of discord that rippled through the air, poised to alter the course of the match forever. The spectators roared, their fervor fueling the energy that surged within the ancient stones of the arena. High above, lanterns shaped like swirling ethereal creatures cast a radiant glow, while the ground beneath shuddered with the impact of magical forces unleashed in the ongoing tournament. Contestants maneuvered through each arcane attack with a blend of skill and desperation, striving to claim victory against the dark tide rising around them. But the atmosphere crackled differently, as Prisma's crystalline shards began to flicker erratically. Once a guardian bathed in the hue of steadfast loyalty, it now shimmered with conflicted light, oscillating between azure clarity and shadowy uncertainty. Anika Vey stood among the chaos, her dark hair whipping about her shoulders, but her piercing eyes remained focused, a combination of determination and dread. As the match intensified, Prince Ajit, tall and broad-shouldered in his simpler clothing, felt a chill race down his spine. The shimmering barrier that Prisma had consistently maintained was weakening, wavering like a reflection in disturbed water. "Prisma, why are you doing this?" he shouted, his voice strained against the roiling atmosphere, desperate to break through the sudden veil of confusion. In the next moment, the true gravity of the betrayal crashed upon them. Prisma's crystalline form twisted, redirecting its power with an unyielding precision aimed directly at the team. Energy surged in an eruption of brilliance that filled the arena with chaotic luminescence, illuminating the faces of the shocked team members, who exchanged stunned looks, grappling with the betrayal manifesting before their eyes. As the attack surged forth, the ground beneath them began to tremble, splintering under the sudden instability of Khaos unleashed. Each crystal shard, like a fallen star, reflected the disarray, underscoring the price of lost trust. Ajit, flanking the right side, dove to his comrades' defense, calling out orders and urging them to maintain formation, but their minds were lost in the storm of confusion and shock. Ajit's thoughts spiraled as they scrambled to recover the spilled energy, every moment weighed down by the fear of irrevocable loss. The notion that the very ally designed to protect them could turn against them ignited a fire in his chest. The implications of this betrayal felt heavy, the arena teetering between triumph and catastrophe, as the team fought to adapt to the shift in dynamics. Then, with precision and darkness woven into its very core, Prisma unleashed its power against them, shards cutting through the space, a tempest of light and chaos. The team, scattered and disoriented, bore witness to the catastrophic transformation of their guardian into a harbinger of disarray, realizing too late the toll that mistrust could exact. The arena itself seemed to mourn, trembling in solidarity with the weight of the team's shock. The clash of magic echoed loudly, reverberating off the ancient walls that had witnessed countless tales of glory and failure alike. Anika took a breath, attempting to clear her mind, but the image of her trusted guardian engulfed in turmoil clawed at her thoughts. "Stand strong," she shouted, her voice breaking through the din as she fought against the despair threatening to overwhelm them. The weight of her own unproven abilities pushed her down, yet the sparkle of her own magic flickered at her fingertips, a faint reminder that she had the potential to make a difference. Still, the air thickened with the tension of betrayal, every shattered shard a reminder that trust could not be easily rebuilt. The ground trembled beneath the chaos, every corner of the arena echoing the betrayal's aftershocks, and Prince Ajat shouted for unity, his voice striving to create an anchor in the storm.
"We must reclaim our focus.
Now is the time for us to unite against this treachery." Yet the arena around them vibrated with the unseen specters of lost trust. Every moment they hesitated, pushing the odds further from their favor. As shadows danced around them, threatening to consume what little hope they clung to, Anika felt a fierce determination welling up from within. They had suffered enough. The price of betrayal would be paid in blood if they were to survive this. With hearts heavy yet defiant, the team prepared to respond, igniting the spark of resilience even as the arena rocked with the wild tremors of a reality undone, wondering if they could somehow piece together the remnants of their fractured bonds before it was too late. Amidst the wreckage of shattered trust, Anika felt her heartbeat thud in her ears, a fierce reminder that the battle was far from over. As the dark energies swirled around her like a tempest, the reality of betrayal stung sharper than any wound. She stood exposed, caught in the tempest of chaos, her breath hitching as her pulse quickened with every uncertain moment. With every breath, Anika grappled with the weight of Prisma's betrayal, her dark hair whipping about her face as if urging her to flee. Frantic thoughts ricocheted through her mind, a barrage of what-ifs mingling with the shadows closing in. Despair coiled around her, tightening like a serpent, but somewhere deep within, a flicker of defiance ignited.
"Anika!"
A voice echoed through the chaos, the phantasm. Its form darted into view, a graceful figure adorned in flowing darkness that swallowed light whole, embodying both elegance and purpose.
There was no time for hesitation, no time to second-guess.
The phantasm moved between her and the approaching doom like a bolt of lightning drawn to its target, with resolve flashing in every calculated move. Dark projectiles whirled toward Anika, streaks of potent energy that threatened to obliterate her. Time slowed as she gasped, realizing the impending threat, but the phantasm surged forward with unparalleled speed, raising a shimmering barrier that pulsated with raw power. The air crackled as energies collided, and Anika could almost feel the weight of the arcane magic that surrounded them, intermingling with her own burgeoning awareness of strength. With a commanding sweep of its arm, the phantasm intercepted the lethal strike, the barrier glimmering brilliantly against the dark barrage. But as the force hit, a rift opened in Anika's chest. There was a sacrifice being made, a price that transcended the immediate chaos of the moment. The darkness engulfed them, as if the arena itself mourned the consequences of magic run amok. "Keep fighting, Anika, we must see this through," the phantasm gasped, its voice strained but imbued with unwavering conviction. In that moment, the energy unleashed behind the barrier collided with a force so powerful that it sent a shockwave rippling through the arena. Anika stumbled, her world collapsing into chaos as the phantasm absorbed the blow, its crystalline body shimmering with flashes of vibrant hue that mingled with blood and arcane energy, painting a sorrowful picture on the arena floor. The air thickened, charged with potent energy, but the impact had sent the phantasm to its knees, reverberating through Anika's very soul. She felt the shift, her protector was crumpling, yet the resolve in its voice kept her anchored. Anguish surged within her, battling the instinct to scream, the specter of fear clawing at her thoughts.
"No," she cried, a mixture of fear and determination surging through her. "You can't."
Her words fell like stones in the current of chaos, swept away by the tide, but her heart screamed louder. The phantasm collapsed into a heap, a wounded silhouette of dignity, surrounded by remnants of shattered magic, and all that was left was the echo of sacrifice that resonated deeply within her. With every ounce of her being, Anika clenched her fists as a storm of crystalline energy gathered at her fingertips. The phantasm's fall resonated as both a call to arms and a declaration of strength, igniting an ember of purpose that flared into life. She could feel the very air respond to her summons, as if the remnants of their shared magic beckoned to her. Her mind raced, an avalanche of emotions collided within. Confusion over betrayal morphed into a fierce desire to honor the phantasm's sacrifice. Standing in the shadow of loss, she felt compelled to rise, ready to confront the remaining threats in the arena. Gripping the crystalline magic, she surged forward, power thrumming through her veins. The darkness around her shrieked in defiance, magical winds twisted into chaotic patterns taunting her, but she wouldn't falter. Anika tightened her resolve, forging the flickering energies into something vibrant and powerful, reflecting the indomitable spirit the phantasm had bestowed upon her. It was time to channel that strength, to wrestle the threads of fate and control them anew, to defend against the onslaught of darkness surrounding her.
"Let them come," she whispered, determined. "They will pay for this."
With every calculated step, she stepped into the maelstrom, focusing her gaze on the looming shadows and the impending confrontation. The arena itself swayed around her, reality shifting under the weight of her newfound determination, and as Anika stepped forth, she did so knowing that this would not be in vain. The battlefield awaited, pulsing with raw energy, and she would seize this moment, armed with the memories of sacrifice, to rise above the chaos, facing the darkness unyielding and resolute. As the arena trembled beneath the clash of magical forces, Prince Ajat's heart thundered with a blend of anxiety and defiance, forcing him to focus. The shadows of chaos loomed larger than ever, each echoing gasp and murmur from his allies hammering home the chilling reality. Trust had been broken, and now they stood at the edge of an abyss. His breath felt caught in his throat as he scanned the battlefield, witnessing the disarray wrought by Prismar's betrayal, and the unyielding darkness converging upon them. The arena had devolved into a battleground, remnants of the once glorious tournament marred by flickering spells and shattered dreams. The cacophony of conflict seemed to warp the very air around him, yet Ajat felt a fire ignite within, an urgent call for unity, a desperate yearning to rise against the tide of despair. With determination ignited, Ajat bellowed, rallying the remaining allies scattered around him. "Together! We must come together, for only united can we stand against this darkness." The words echoed, resonating against the crumbling walls of the arena, striving to slice through the chaos swirling around them. Familiar faces began to gather, a blend of expressions revealing trepidation and uncertainty.
It stung to see how much doubt had spread like a shadow among them. "We can't trust anyone anymore," one voice trembled, frustration woven through the desperation. "Not after." "Enough."
Ajat snapped, his voice fierce and commanding, steeling against the doubt he himself felt.
Now is not the time for division.
Look around you. Our opponents grow stronger by the moment.
They sense our fear.
He paused, drawing in a steadying breath.
We must push against this tide.
Each of you possesses unique strength. It's time we pool our resources and wisdom. As he spoke, the bond among them started to forge anew, each warrior weighing the risk against the hope that shimmered faintly in the encroaching dark. Faces marked by uncertainty began to share glances, filled with a flicker of bravery, a dim but unwavering light that fought against the crushing shadow. The ground beneath Ajit's feet reverberated, and he felt the magical winds howl like restless spirits searching for a vessel. Dark forces gathered at the perimeter, manifesting chaotic energy, the edges of reality appearing frayed.
We do not bend, we do not break, he declared, the words resonating with fervor. Stand tall.
Each breath we take should echo our defiance. We will reclaim what has been lost. Every flicker of movement around him raised the stakes, uncertainty brewing like a storm on the horizon. He witnessed their anxiety, yet saw the tentative nods of agreement break through the doubt, as adrenaline coursed through his veins.
The tide of darkness rumbled at the edge, a growling beast eager to feast on despair. He had to act, and he had to act now. Remember, he urged, his voice carrying an unmistakable gravity, we are not just individuals in this fight, we are allies.
We share a destiny, shaped by every choice we've made to stand together. Will you rise to face the shadows with me? Ajit's impassioned plea seemed to set a spark amongst them, galvanizing courage as allies gripped their weapons tighter, determination settling into their expressions. From the shards of chaos, hope bloomed like wildflowers sprouting through cracks in the concrete, a reminder that even amidst betrayal, loyalty could be rekindled. Forward, he commanded, gathering their scattered wills into a palpable energy as they prepared to confront the gathering dark. His stance solidified like iron, the fate of not only the tournament but their lives depended on this next moment. With newfound conviction, they began to coalesce, marching together in formation, each step becoming a silent pledge to honor the trust they chose to forge once more. Ajit felt the warmth of their resolve, each heartbeat vibrating with an echoed sentiment. The desire for unity outweighed the fear that had threatened to fracture them. They would face the darkness as one. As they took their positions, Ajit could feel the crackle of power gathering around him, a combined force growing as vibrant as the morning sun bursting through clouds after a storm. Together, they were far stronger than they realized, their magic intermingling like a river feeding into a greater sea. In those final moments of preparation, as the approaching storm hovered on the horizon, Ajit locked eyes with each of his allies. Each person embodied a flicker of light, standing resolutely as a beacon against encroaching darkness, ready to reclaim not just the tournament, but the very foundation of trust they were building. With a final deep breath, Prince Ajit stood firm at the helm of the oncoming tide, knowing that with each heartbeat, the very essence of Prakritpura surged around them, and as shadows fell they would meet them head-on, a united front against the relentless storm. Chapter 12, The Unraveling Realm. Anika stepped into the heart of the arena, her breath hitching as jagged stone fragments loomed ominously around her, the very air crackling with erratic surges of unstable magic. Shadows danced in anticipation, pooling around her final opponent, a tenebrous figure cloaked in darkness, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. With each echoing heartbeat, a flicker of doubt dared to weave through her resolve, yet the crystalline patterns shimmering across her skin ignited her determination.
This was her moment, and she would not falter.
The arena itself seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own, the ground beneath her feet trembling with the energy of the impending duel. Anika felt the weight of history pressing down upon her, the remnants of past battles, whispering warnings in the air thick with tension. Shattered stone and the scent of damp earth, mixed with the metallic tang of magic. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to center her thoughts. She had spent too long in the royal archives, absorbing the lessons of ancient tomes to let fear overwhelm her now. The opponent advanced, shadows twisting and coiling around their form as they moved. Anika could almost feel the unstable magic radiating from them, an unseen force tugging at her focus. Each step they took echoed ominously, a haunting reminder of their intent. She tightened her grip around her crystalline constructs, allowing the power to flow through her, feeling the warm pulse of energy resonate within her very core. She could sense their predatory gaze sizing her up, yet it only fueled her resolve. Without a moment's hesitation, Anika released a burst of magical energy towards her foe, the shimmering construct soaring through the air. It struck with a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the darkness and sending the tenebrous figure reeling back momentarily. Triumph sparked within her, but it was fleeting. The opponent quickly countered, weaving shadows to absorb her magic, redirecting the energy into a swirling mass that shot back at her. Cracks erupted in the arena's walls as their battle unfolded, the powerful exchanges resonating like thunderclaps against the stone. Each spell cast ignited the arena's surface with glimmers of energy, flaring like brilliant fireworks, but trailing behind was the scent of scorched parchment and the ominous tang of ozone. Anika had to focus, her heart raced with every rapid breath, adrenaline coursing through her veins. Her body was a tempest of determination, despite the encroaching uncertainty whispering at the edges of her mind. As they exchanged spells, Anika began to feel her connection to the Khaos, the chaotic energy pulling at her from within. Her skin shimmered, ephemeral crystalline patterns flickering to life as she called upon deeper reserves of her magic. She was learning, evolving, and yet each manifestation felt like a double-edged sword, a precarious balance between power and the potential for chaos. She shook her head, fighting to clear the intrusive thoughts that pressed in against her mind, trying to maintain her concentration. The arena shifted around them, the ground trembling in rhythm with the intensity of their clash. The stones around her seemed to crack and splinter, sending sharp shards flying like daggers as she ducked and weaved beneath her opponent's onslaught. In this moment, she was an artist, each spell she conjured painting the air with vibrant strokes of light, but the reality they fought in was unstable, teetering on the brink of total collapse. Suddenly, she stumbled as the weight of her visions crashed down upon her. Fleeting images danced across her mind, each one a distorted echo of alternate realities where power had twisted and fallen. Anika gasped, a jolt of panic sparking at the thought of being consumed by these shadows. With a guttural scream, she refused to succumb to the deluge. "I won't let the Khaos claim me," she bellowed, her voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. Her arms moved with relentless precision, guided by a burgeoning instinct, as her magic flared with renewed vigor, vibrant energy pushing through her trembling hands. She could see them, shadows and whispers urging her to surrender, yet she remained rooted, pulling from her resolve like a lifeline. The arena spiraled around her, glimpses of the fallen order flashing in her mind, the faces of those who had once fought by her side, their voices weaving a tapestry of courage and despair. She had to do this. She had to break free. With another forceful motion, Anika summoned a flurry of crystalline shards that glittered like stars, sending them hurling toward her opponent with lethal intent. Time seemed to slow as she watched them collide with the shadowy figure, an explosion of brilliance that shattered the oppressive darkness for a brief moment. But the battle was far from over. It surged within her, an echo of her uncertainty and fear, laced with her unwavering determination. As the dust settled, Anika stood firm, feeling the weight of both victory and dread heavy in her chest. The world around her felt both concrete and fragile, crumbling under the force of the battle they waged.
This was a fight for more than just survival. It was a struggle against the chaos that sought to claim her.
And yet, deep inside, a whisper of doubt lingered. Was this strength truly enough? The arena's instability mirrored her inner turmoil, leaving her grappling with the looming question as she prepared for the final moments of this harrowing duel. Anika stood amidst the devastation of the arena, the once echoing chaos now replaced by an eerie stillness that hung thick in the air. Shadows curled around her feet like retreating ghosts, remnants of her fierce duel with the tenebrous figure. Silence filled the space, only broken by the occasional creak of crumbling walls, a haunting reminder of the battle that had just transpired. She felt the weight of her victory settling heavily upon her shoulders, as hollow as the echoes of the past that still lingered within the arena's walls.
As she surveyed the destruction, a bittersweet mixture of pride and despair churned in her gut.
Scattered shards of enchanted crystal lay strewn around her, glinting faintly in the dim light, remnants of magic that had once sung with life, now silent and inert. It was as if the very air, thick with the residue of their clash, held its breath in disbelief. Anika's chest heaved as she fought to process what had just occurred, her mind swirling in a haze of exhaustion and disbelief. Those visions, the flickering images of her fallen comrades, echoes of laughter and courage mixed with shouts of fear, haunted the edges of her consciousness, refusing to dissipate. Victory, she reminded herself. It was supposed to feel exhilarating, liberating. Yet, the knowledge that she had triumphed over her opponent hung heavy and ominous in the pit of her stomach.
What had she truly gained?
Each heartbeat felt like a reminder of her connection to the cows, a power that threatened to consume her, as surely as it had devoured others before her. Was this the strength she had longed for? To feel as if she were teetering on the precipice of surrender. With each ragged breath, her gaze drifted to the collapsed sections of the arena, the once grand architecture reduced to rubble, reflecting her own inner turmoil. Anika couldn't help but wonder what this victory had cost her, what fractures lay hidden beneath the surface of her resolve.
As she took a cautious step forward, pieces of the fallen arena crunched beneath her feet, and the quiet creaks of collapse seemed to mimic the creaking of her very soul. The haunting visions intensified, swirling around her like a tempest.
She saw faces of allies long gone, reminders of the noble intentions that had united them, mingling with the sharp, painful memories of what had been lost in the chaos of ambition and power. With every flicker of light and shadow she felt their weight, their hopes and dreams blending with her own as if tethering her to a past she could not escape. She was left questioning whether she was becoming a pawn of this volatile energy, lost within its grasp.
"Is this what strength looks like?"
Anika whispered, her voice barely audible, swallowed by the echoes of her own thoughts. The very arena mirrored her state, a fortress now crumbling under the burden of unfulfilled aspirations. What good was power if it left her feeling so completely empty? If the very magic that should empower her was also a looming specter of darkness? Despite the unrest within, a part of her still flickered with determination, fighting against the overwhelming waves of doubt. There was still time to gather herself, to fortify her resolve.
But the challenge she faced with Lady Kavita loomed closer than ever.
The whispers of manipulation danced in her mind, intertwining with the shadows around her. The political stakes had never been higher, and Anika felt the weight of the kingdom pressing down upon her shoulders. What awaited her on the other side of the next confrontation was uncertain, yet she couldn't let the encroaching dread overwhelm her. She needed to stand strong, to face the cold-hearted ambitions of the king's consort without being devoured by the uncertainties that lurked in the back of her mind. The court had a way of twisting intentions, a tapestry woven with intrigue and deception, and Anika vowed not to become another casualty of that insidious game. Taking a deep breath, she focused on the magic that surged through her veins, reminding herself that this was not merely an end but also a beginning. She mustn't lose herself in the swirling currents of chaos. With renewed purpose, she tightened her grip on her crystalline constructs, their familiar weight grounding her amidst the turmoil. It was time to face the next challenge, to step beyond the rubble of her fears and doubts. As she turned to exit the arena, each step resonated with the unspoken promise to herself. She would rise, not only for her own sake, but for those who had fallen, for the Khaos would not claim her, nor would it silence her resolve. She was more than the sum of her struggles, she was a guardian of magic, a witness to history, and she would carve her path through the shadows of fate that threatened to engulf her. Chapter 13: The Weight of Legacy. As dusk draped its heavy cloak over Prakritpura, Anika slipped into the Undercity's maze-like corridors, her footsteps echoing softly against chipped stone walls. The shadows clung like old secrets, seeping into the cracks of the passageway, as if the very walls whispered warnings of what lay ahead. In this labyrinth of dimness, Anika felt a weight in her chest. Each step taken into the unknown felt like an inch deeper into the responsibilities that threatened to swallow her whole. The sharp transition from the surface's glaring brightness to the Undercity's gloom amplified her uncertainty. She hesitated, her breath hitching in her throat as the flickering lanterns dimly lit her path, their uncertain glow only heightening her sense of unease. Her dark hair brushed against her cheek as she turned to observe a group of commoners huddled in a doorway. Their faces were carved with lines of quiet pain, yet glimmers of hidden hope danced in their eyes, fueled by whispered tales of change. Anika couldn't help but linger, drawn to their muted resilience, before the faint sound of approaching footsteps broke her reverie. Ravi the lamplighter appeared from the shadows, his weathered face revealing both exhaustion and quiet determination. He adjusted the collar of his worn leather coat, illuminating the darkness around him with the soft glow of the lantern he carried.
"The people need you, Anika, even if you don't feel ready," he said, his voice steady and warm.
His gaze locked onto hers, radiating the strength she so desperately sought but felt lost to her.
"I don't know if I'm the right one for this," she confessed, her fingers trembling slightly as she met his firm grip, his lantern's light weaving patterns against the backdrop of shadow. "They have faith in you."
"Just as I do," he replied, a hint of urgency threading through his words as he began to guide her through the winding streets of the Undercity. Together they stepped away from the group's stifled murmurs and into the muted heart of the Undercity, Anika's thoughts whirling like autumn leaves. Shadows morphed around them, cloaking their movements, each step echoing with a rhythm that matched the thumping in her chest. As Ravi led the way, she took solace in the way he navigated their route, a steady compass in a tumultuous sea of doubt.
"Do you remember the stories your father used to tell?"
Ravi prompted, drawing Anika's attention as they paused beneath a flickering lantern. "About the ancient legends that brought magic to our lives. You carry a legacy that's older than us." Anika shook her head slightly, unsure of what to say, but she couldn't deny the rush of history she felt coursing through her veins. The ghost of old tales wove around her, resonating with every pulse of the power she had just begun to understand.
"It's daunting, I know. But sometimes the darkest paths lead to the brightest destinations," Ravi reassured her, his own experience evident in the way he held himself.
With the depths of the Undercity surrounding them, the soft resonance of water dripping echoed in the distance, harmonizing with the weight of their conversation. Anika drew in a breath, feeling a flicker of resolve burn within her, a flickering flame beneath the layers of doubt.
"Then I suppose I must face the darkness," she murmured, her words heavy but resolute.
Ravi nodded, the corners of his mouth curling into an encouraging smile, a rare sight amidst their chaotic lives.
"That's the spirit. And remember, even the smallest flame casts long shadows."
Their feet began to move again, the quiet reassurance of their connection, guiding them deeper into the Undercity toward the unknown. The muted sounds of life pulsed around them, and with each echoing step, Anika found a tether to hold onto, a thread weaving her purpose into the fabric of her uncertain future. In a secluded alcove beneath a crumbling archway, Anika's heart raced with both fear and excitement, the weight of impending revelations hanging in the air like the promise of rain. The shadows twisted around her, whispering the stories of those who had walked these paths before, tales of lost magic and buried legacies. As she approached, her breath steady and resolute, the dim glow of her lantern illuminated the contours of the phantasm's cloaked figure, their presence looming like a harbinger of fate. The phantasm leaned against the crumbling wall, their dark cloak smeared with remnants of conflict, an unsettling mix of blood and dust, clinging to the fabric like forgotten echoes of battles fought. The intricate mask they wore shifted in the flickering light, revealing patterns that danced like living shadows, a display of mastery in Arcanith technology that captivated her gaze. There was an air of calculated calm around them, yet the gravity of their silence told her more than any spoken word. "Anika Vey," they spoke, their voice a melodic yet haunting timbre that sent shivers down her spine.
"You tread on the edge of knowledge far beyond your years." Her pulse quickened as she stepped forward, keeping her lantern raised.
"I've come seeking answers," she replied, the words steadying her resolve, even as doubt lingered at the fringes of her mind.
"About the order of the eclipse."
The phantasm straightened, their interest peaked.
"Ah, the legacy of the order."
"A tale woven into the fabric of our world, obscured by shadows and strife." They gestured towards the alcove's edges, where remnants of what once might have been surrounded them, ancient carvings weathered by time, lost wisdom now concealed in dirt and darkness.
"What do you know of it?"
The phantasm's eyes glinted behind the mask, intense and calculating.
"I've read the texts, the ancient stories and the remnants of our past. But,"
Anika hesitated, searching for the right words, "I feel the weight of it on my shoulders."
"I'm not sure I am the right person to bear it." "The weight is what makes us human," the phantasm replied, their tone shifting to a softer cadence, laden with understanding. "It's in the struggle that we discover our true selves."
The order is not just a history, it's a living entity, each member a thread in the tapestry of magic that surrounds us. Anika felt a spark ignite within her.
"But the Eclipsed Khaos, it changes everything, doesn't it?"
What if I cannot control it? What if I falter?
"Control is an illusion," they remarked with a dry chuckle, the sound echoing softly against the stones. "You must learn to embrace the chaos, rather than resist it. The heart of power lies not in dominance, but in understanding."
The legacy you carry binds you to the truth of our existence, and therein lies your strength. The undercurrent of wisdom wrapped around Anika like an embrace, a thin thread connecting her doubts to newfound purpose.
"But I feel so small, like I am only meant to observe, not participate," she murmured, the shadows around her growing thick with uncertainty.
"Do not underestimate your own light," the phantasm replied, their tone almost conspiratorial.
"Even the tiniest flicker can pierce through the darkest depths."
Each spark of knowledge you gather feeds your power, much like the glimmers of the crystals that surround us. Anika instinctively glanced at her hands, still carrying the residue of the Undercity's grime, before returning her gaze to the phantasm.
You speak as if this knowledge is a treasure buried in me. How do I dig it up?
Start by unearthing your own questions, they suggested, stepping closer, their presence both intimidating and inviting.
What is it you truly seek?
The conversation flowed between them, a dance of shadows and light, as Anika opened herself up to the myriad possibilities surrounding her lineage. She listened intently, catching fragments of the phantasm's tales, a history replete with anguish, hope, and unyielding struggle.
The order is born of sacrifice, they conveyed with somber depth. It has faced betrayal and loss, but even in despair we have found the strength to rise.
The weight of your lineage is not merely a burden, it is a calling. Anika's heart raced, not just from fear but from anticipation.
A calling, she echoed, her mind swirling with the implications. Yes, a path laid before you, demanding your courage and resilience. Accept it, and you will find your way.
The phantasm's voice was a soft balm, their words both a challenge and a promise, resonating deep within her core. As the last notes of their dialogue faded into the damp air, Anika gazed at the glimmers of crystals scattered around the alcove, a reflection of her thoughts, the past mingling with an uncertain future. The shadows whispered secrets, and she felt the echoes of history embrace her as she began to grasp the depths of her destiny. Finally, as silence enveloped them like a shroud, Anika shared a lingering look with the phantasm, an unspoken acknowledgement of the journey they would both embark on. The Undercity pulsed around them, the thrum of lives lived in the shadows echoing a promise. In the darkness, the light awaited. In the hidden chamber, a sanctuary carved from the forgotten ruins of the Undercity, Anika sat cross-legged upon a smooth stone slab, her fingers dancing along the surfaces of the crystalline constructs she had conjured. Each shard pulsed with a cool, gentle light, shimmering softly in response to her presence, as if breathing in sync with the very essence of her thoughts. The air was thick with silence, broken only by the faint hum of magic thrumming through the crystals, echoing the whirlwind of emotions stirring within her. The walls of the chamber loomed around her, ancient stones whispering the echoes of times past. Dappled with moonlight filtering through cracks, the dim illumination cast shadows that seemed to morph and sway, mirroring her internal turmoil. Anika let her fingers glide over the cool surfaces, the crystalline patterns briefly shimmering with her touch, offering a momentary respite from the chaos brewing within.
I should be stronger, she murmured to herself, her voice a low whisper against the stillness of the space. The burden feels too heavy, and I'm not sure I can bear it.
As if attuned to her distress, one of the constructs pulsed brightly, its surface shimmering in response.
You carry the legacy of the Order, the truth that binds us all, Anika continued, seeking solace in the very creations that reflected her deepest fears and hopes. But what if I fail?
With every word, the light in the crystals flickered, resonating with her thoughts, coaxing her to embrace the tumult within. Memories of Ravi and the phantasm surged to the surface, their words melding with her doubts.
You are not alone, Anika, she reminded herself, recalling Ravi's steady assurance.
Even the smallest flame casts long shadows. She exhaled a deep breath, steadying herself as she envisioned the paths laid before her, the possibilities stretching like an endless horizon.
I am not merely an observer, she resolutely declared, her fingertips trailing across the intricacies of a larger crystalline structure. I must become a part of this narrative. I have to embrace the chaos.
The construct seemed to vibrate with newfound energy, illuminating the darkness that had clung to her spirit. Anika leaned closer, studying the patterns, the intricate webs of magic intertwined within each shimmering shard. The weight of her lineage began to transform, morphing into a tapestry of connection instead of constraint.
What stories do you hold? she questioned, half expecting an answer, half hoping to find it within herself.
As she probed deeper into her connection with the constructs, each one reflected fragments of her past and shards of her potential futures, their surfaces mirroring the tangled web of history that defined her existence. Anika could almost hear the whispers of the Order entwined with her own thoughts, a lineage heavy yet exhilarating, a burden transformed into an invitation for action. In this quiet communion, she traced the contours of another crystalline shard, its facets catching the light and casting fractured images that danced before her eyes.
I promise I won't shy away.
I will learn. I will grow. Her resolve resonated with the hum of the crystals, igniting a warmth within her chest that overtook her earlier fears. With her gaze steadying on the intricate reflections that now mapped her uncertain future, Anika felt the dormant power within her stir and awaken. Each hum and flicker of light around her echoed her burgeoning determination, urging her to explore the vastness of what she was capable of. I will carve my path forward, regardless of the challenges, she resolved, her voice strengthened by conviction. As the silence deepened, the chamber felt both overwhelming and liberating, a dichotomy she was beginning to understand. In that moment of vulnerability and strength, Anika embraced the essence of her lineage and recognized it as an invitation, an opportunity to rewrite the history of her future and become the catalyst for change. In this forgotten realm beneath the surface of Prakritpura, Anika Vey claimed her power, one shimmering crystal at a time, feeling the pulse of ancient magic within her awaken like a fire set to burn bright against the shadows. Chapter 14, Rally of the Forsaken. Beneath the dim glow of flickering lanterns, the reclaimed courtyard thrummed with hushed whispers, and the palpable tension of a storm brewing just beneath the surface. Anika Vey stepped forward, her dark hair tousled by the night's brisk air, eyes scanning the assembly of nobles and commoners alike. They had come to debate the dire spectre of Lady Kavita Veship's insidious grasp on the cows, and as the lanterns danced with shadows, she could feel the weight of their hopes and fears resting heavily upon her shoulders. The courtyard was a forgotten part of Prakritpura, yet tonight, it pulsed with life, a kaleidoscopic clash of voices intertwined with the distinct notes of frustration and resolve. Dark stones underfoot contrasted sharply with the warm glimmers of light. Each lantern flickered as if it too understood the stakes at hand. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of damp earth, hinting at a rain that had yet to arrive. Anika inhaled deeply, steadying herself, feeling the chilled night seep through the modest fabric of her scribe's attire. She moved with a natural grace, although the gravity of the situation tempered her every step. Gathering her resolve, she noted the clusters of delegates, their faces illuminated by flickering lanterns that cast shadows as uncertain as the path ahead. "Anika!" came the familiar voice of Prince Ajat, cutting through the murmurs. His tall frame was wrapped in simple but elegant garments, a reminder of his fallen status, yet he stood with an aura of quiet dignity that attracted those around him. He gestured for her to join him, his thoughtful gaze warm and inviting.
We've just begun discussing the implications of Lady Kavita's schemes.
You must share your insights. She approached him, feeling the subtle power radiate from the gathering, a mix of common folk and noblemen, caught in a precarious alliance against a common enemy. The prince's presence brought a moment of calm, amid the turmoil. As Anika took her place beside him, she felt the whispered anticipation in the crowd coalesce into a collective hope.
Nobles and commoners alike, we stand on a precipice, Ajat began, his voice cutting through the tension. The cows is not merely a weapon in Lady Kavita's hands, it is a threat to our very existence.
We must unite now, if we are to stand a chance against her machinations. A ripple of agreement surged through the assembly, though doubt lingered on the faces of many. In the shadow of the flickering lanterns, a tall woman stepped forward, her presence demanding and calculated. Lady Kavita Veship, whose cold demeanor exuded a kind of beauty that was both alluring and terrifying.
Unity.
A noble sentiment, Lady Kavita interjected, her voice smooth as silk, yet an illusion in a world governed by power. We know the paths of strength and desperation lead to ruin, do we not? Her calculating eyes flicked toward Anika, revealing a flicker of disdain mingled with intrigue. Anika squared her shoulders, meeting the woman's gaze with unyielding resolve.
Strength lies in understanding the balance of power, not in its mere pursuit.
The Khaos was never meant to serve the ambition of one. She spoke with careful precision, her words laced with the authority gained from years in the royal archives, the weight of arcane knowledge behind them. The air crackled as rivalries and uncertainties intermingled. Lord Rajan Indrakshi, emerging from the shadows of the courtyard with a distinct aura of composure, inclined his head slightly, asserting his presence as a voice of tradition and foresight. Indeed, the future is written in the stars, Anika, he said, the elegance in his tone balanced by a deep urgency.
Your future, Anika, is our strength.
The statement hung in the air, reverberating against the heart of the gathering. Eyes turned toward her, all seeing the importance of her role, yet Anika felt a flutter of uncertainty. Could she truly guide them through this tempest? As her gaze swept the courtyard, her determination solidified.
We have histories written in blood and stone, she responded, her voice steady now, embodying the fusion of her humble beginnings with her latent power. But together, we can rewrite what the Khaos seeks to unravel.
From the edges of the gathering she sensed the pulse of her allies, the commoners' defiance flickering like the lanterns overhead, every face bearing a glint of hope. Lady Samira Dar stepped forward, her cautious demeanor revealing the weight of obligation, as she eyed the map of complexities laid before them.
While I may not support all that you propose, she said, her tone wary yet resolute, I agree we cannot afford to stand divided any longer.
Anika felt the fervor build among them, a shared sense of purpose igniting the air around her. With each exchange, they forged a fragile coalition, exchanging glances that spoke volumes, a promise of solidarity against the chaos threatening to consume them.
Let us find strength in our unity, Ajat concluded, his deep voice resonating against the looming shadows.
With his words, an understanding sparked. A coalition was forming, and together they could face the impending storm. As they stood beneath the flickering lanterns, the gathering took on an electric energy, charged with the potential to disrupt the currents of destiny. In that moment, Anika Vey realized that while shadows may loom over Prakritpura, a beacon of hope now flickered in the dark. The repurposed war room breathed a history of conflict and consequence, its stained glass shards casting vibrant fractured patterns on the time-worn stone. Anika Vey stood at the center, surrounded by her closest allies, feeling the heavy weight of decisions looming over them like clouds on the verge of a downpour.
As she readied herself to channel the ancient magic swirling within her, the air shimmered with unspoken hopes, each flicker of light reflecting the burning resolve of those who dared to change the course of their destiny.
The room itself was a testament to times past, adorned with remnants of battles fought and won. The cold weathered walls echoed with the whispered legacies of warriors. Each piece of stained glass told a story, adventurers and scholars depicted in hues that danced in the flickering light, capturing both the majesty and folly of their endeavors. But here, in the heart of this chamber, purpose ignited the dust-laden air, and the gravity of the moment was palpable. With a deep breath, Anika centered herself, visualizing the crystalline map that would soon unfold from her fingertips. She glanced around at her allies, Prince Ajat, whose steadfast gaze encouraged her, Lord Rajan, quietly assessing every aspect of their situation, and Lady Samira, whose guarded hope seemed to flicker among their shared worries. Each of their presences lent her strength, and she closed her eyes, allowing their combined determination to fill the spaces in her mind.
As she began to channel her magic, the air around her grew heavy, filled with the subtle tension of cows.
With deliberate gestures, she reached within herself, feeling the energy resonate along her skin. In that moment, crystalline patterns shimmered briefly across her arms, radiating a vibrant light that illuminated the shadows of the room. Anika could sense the pressure shift, a silent acknowledgement from the very walls, as if they too understood the significance of her undertaking. The transformation unfolded in gradual steps, the air thickened with potential, as she envisioned Prakritpura in its entirety. A latticework of crystalline forms began to take shape before her, glowing with faint, pulsing symbols that mapped every hidden passage and fortified tower leading to the palace. Each intersection became clearer, and her heart raced with the magnitude of what she was creating, sensing the weight of every choice reflected in the patterns before her. "By the gods," Prince Ejat murmured, his voice carrying the tremor of disbelief mixed with awe.
"This is our path forward."
As the last pieces of the map fell into place, the assembly held their breath, staring wide-eyed at the intricate vision before them. Anika could feel the room vibrate with energy, each flickering light revealing a part of themselves, an urgent desire for change, for liberation from the grasp of manipulation.
"What you have created is extraordinary," Lord Rajan remarked, his voice laced with solemn admiration. "The hidden roots will grant us the advantage we desperately need."
Lady Samira leaned closer, her eyes narrowing with intent as she studied the glowing symbols.
"We will need a thorough understanding of these passages, their defenses," she said, her tone cautious but edged with a spark of hope. "I wish to propose a route that minimizes confrontation."
"Confrontation is inevitable," Ejat countered, stepping forward with a tactical earnestness in his demeanor.
"However, these pathways give us the leverage to move undetected, placing us directly within reach of Lady Kavita."
As they engaged in spirited discussion, the atmosphere crackled with each proposed strategy, their dialogue weaving together a tapestry of ambitions and plans, infused with the urgency of their plight. Anika could almost hear the heartbeat of the cows within the very walls, echoing the truths they spoke, as they dissected the map's details, visualizing each route and potential hazard. With the weight of decisions pressing upon them, their voices harmonized into a singular thread of resolve, a growing conviction binding them. The flickering lights of the stained glass cast shifting colors upon their faces, illuminating their expressions of determination and shared purpose. Anika couldn't help but feel emboldened, the crystallized map pulsating with potential and marking a course toward reclamation. In the midst of their fervent discussion, Anika felt a ripple of energy surge through the room, a collective consciousness of hope cementing their alliance. She stepped forward, confidence wrapping around her like a cloak.
"This plan hinges upon unity and trust.
Each of you carries knowledge and strength crucial for our success," she declared, her voice steady. "We may be challenged, but together we will rise against Lady Kavita's schemes." As the tension that had filled the war room began to shift toward anticipation, Anika's gaze traveled from face to face. Their agreement and resolve swelled like a tide, ready to sweep away the shadows that threatened to engulf them. The undercurrents of anxiety mingled with anticipation as they prepared for the confrontation ahead, each ally envisioning the battle not just as a fight for survival, but as a reclamation of power, an opportunity to rewrite their fates against the backdrop of chaos. With renewed strength, Anika smiled softly at her allies, seeing reflected in their eyes the essence of their pact, the determination to forge a path not just through the ancient stone of Prakritpura, but through the tapestry of destiny they would weave together. They stood on the precipice of a revolution, and for the first time, Anika felt the weight of destiny align in her favor. Chapter 15: Siege of Shattered Skies. The air thickened with the scent of impending chaos, as Anika Vey led the unified forces toward the palace outer walls. Crumbling marble and tattered banners were all that remained of the once proud defenses of Suryathara, but determination surged through her veins like wildfire. With a flick of her wrist, crystalline constructs exploded into existence, each shard glistening in the dim light before clashing fiercely against the guards' blazing Arcanith defenses. She charged forward, her heart pounding, the sounds of battle rising around her in a symphony of chaos, clashing steel, shouts of command, and the crackle of magic. The ground trembled beneath her feet, as soldiers on both sides engaged in a brutal dance of survival. Guards clad in armor gleamed with the reflections of flames and spellfire, their faces set with grim determination.
"Hold the line.
Push them back," came the commanding voice of Prince Ajet, rising above the din. Anika's gaze flicked to him, high above on a shattered piece of marble, where he coordinated their forces, with the grace of a maestro guiding an orchestra. His dark hair whipped about his face, framed by the wreckage of what had once been a proud palace. She could see the tension in his shoulders, the way he calculated the ebb and flow of battle with sharp, discerning eyes. With a rallying cry, Anika sent a cascade of shimmering crystalline shards forward, slicing through the air. They struck against the Arcanith barriers erected by the royal guards with fierce impact, splintering the magical defense, and sending sparks flying in brilliant arcs. She reveled in the sensation of power, each spark a reminder of her connection to the Eclipsed Khaos. The soldiers on her side surged forward, emboldened by her magic, their blades clanging against the guards' swords as they fought tooth and nail. Anika felt a rush of energy as her constructs combined with their strength, the sheer force of their unity pressing against the defenders' resolve. She lost herself in the rhythm of battle, the sensation of life pulsing around her, sweat mixing with the grime of war. But among the chaos, she caught sight of Lady Kavita Veship, standing resolutely on an elevated parapet within the palace courtyard. The masterful political manipulator commanded attention with her tall, regal stature. Her dark hair glinted with golden ornaments that spoke of power and ambition. Anika's heart sank slightly as she noticed the cold, calculating glint in Kavita's eyes. Something dark was brewing beneath her composure. The air shimmered with ominous incantations that echoed across the compound, carrying with them a chilling promise. The guards faltered, perhaps sensing the threat that rose from the palace's heart, but Ajet's voice cut through the noise like a sword through flesh.
"Flank them.
Draw their fire." He gestured sharply, his voice resonating with authority and purpose, and Anika knew they had no time to waste.
They had to push forward.
Anika advanced, her heart racing, her fingers alive with magic, as she directed another wave of constructs toward the ramparts. They detonated upon impact, creating a breathtaking cascade of energy that lit up the battlefield, revealing the anguished faces of those caught in the chaos.
But the turmoil only fueled her resolve.
In the midst of the swirling melee, as her spells wove intricate patterns through the air, she caught fleeting glimpses of her allies' determination, their faces alight with the same fierce drive that pushed her onward. Metal clanged and soldiers clashed, the roar of battle resonated in every direction. Reality itself felt as if it quivered under the strain of magic unleashed, and the echoes of incantations. Anika was swept into the fray, a whirlwind of combat, her spirit entwined with that of her comrades as they faced the oncoming tide. But even amid this madness, Kavita's ritual continued, her voice low and chilling as she chanted the words that could shift the balance of power itself. Anika's pulse quickened with unease, sensing the weight of those syllables, dark and intricate, as they resonated deep within her. Sparks flew from the collision of opposing magics, casting eerie shadows across the ground where combat raged.
"Advance!"
Anika shouted, pushing herself beyond exhaustion, wielding the energies at her fingertips as if they were extensions of herself. She was a conduit of change, a force against the rising tide of oppression that threatened to consume Suryathara. Every step echoed with urgency, every pulse of magic a beacon of hope in the face of chaos. As she fought, her resolve solidified. Whatever darkness Kavita sought to unleash would not take root while she stood against it.
But with each chant that rose from the parapet, the air grew heavier, charged with the promise of ruin.
Anika tightened her grip on her magic, ready for whatever tempest would follow. In that moment, the battle shifted. The clash of wills intensified, and the very ground quaked beneath them as magical energies began to entwine, signaling the first explosive meeting of dark intent and hopeful resistance. Reality trembled, suspended between worlds, as Anika pushed deeper into the fray, her purpose unwavering. Cloaked in darkness, the phantasm slipped through the crumbling lower levels of the palace, the remnants of a once grand structure looming like ghosts in the dim light. Fallen crystalline shards glimmered underfoot, whispering tales of shattered beauty as they navigated through broken corridors and collapsing archways. Each step was a calculated move, the distant sounds of battle above serving as a grim reminder of the stakes they faced. The air hummed with residual magic, the faint vibrations palpable against their skin. Walls, once adorned with intricate carvings and gilded accents, now stood cracked and lifeless. The silence around them was thick, as if the palace itself held its breath, watching, waiting. A series of soft clinks echoed in the shadows as the phantasm produced their tools, tiny instruments designed for finesse and precision, sharp in their intent. As they moved closer to the shimmering wards, flickering like fading stars in the dark, the phantasm focused on the task at hand. The delicate mechanics required a careful touch. Any misstep could trigger a pulse of energy, alerting the guards above, or worse, activating a defense that would spell disaster. Fingers deftly maneuvered, brushing against the surface of the magical ward with a scholar's care, igniting a brief flare of energy before silencing it with a gentle touch. These wards had held strong for centuries, woven into the very fabric of the palace. It was a privilege, and a curse, that the phantasm understood all too well, their past steeped in the machinations of power and betrayal. Each disabled ward brought them a step closer to exposing the hidden truths of the Eclipsed Khaos that lay buried beneath layers of secrecy. In their mind, the chaos above mirrored their own turmoil. They remembered the last time they had entrusted themselves to someone, the sting of that betrayal still fresh, haunting them. But they were determined to dismantle the power structure that kept so many oppressed, and the echoes of distant combat reaffirmed their mission. With each magical pulse that waned, a glimmer of hope ignited within. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught their attention. The phantasm tensed, their breath halting as a guardian spell activated in the corridor behind them. A swirling mass of magical energy materialized, coalescing into the semblance of a creature formed of shadow and light. Its eyes, luminous and menacing, scanned the darkened halls with an intelligence that sent a shiver down the phantasm's spine. "Keep moving," they muttered to themselves, frustration fueling their resolve. They swiftly shifted to a more advantageous position, evading the glowing eyes of the creature. Heart racing, they continued their work, fingers deftly deactivating ward after ward, skill sharpened by necessity and experience. With each clang of energy dimming into silence, the urgency of their mission intensified. The roar of battle rang through the cracks above, waves of combat filtering through the stone like distant thunder, urging them onward. There could be no hesitation, no faltering. This was not just about them. It was about the lives that teetered on the edge of a precipice above. Finally, the last ward flickered out, the corridor collapsing into a blissful stillness that felt heavy with potential. The phantasm stepped back, breathing heavily, the exhaustion weighing upon them like lead. But amidst that weary relief came an unexpected discovery. Behind the shadowed remnants of a once ornate tapestry, a hidden compartment revealed itself, the faint outline of a magical artifact glimmering within. Their eyes widened, a thrill of excitement mingling with urgency. What lay within the chamber could turn the tide of battle and shift the balance of power, an object of immense value, shrouded in forgotten legends. But as they reached out to claim the artifact, the air suddenly chilled, and a gust of wind swept through the corridor, laden with the remnants of magic still coursing through the palace. Instinct kicked in, sending the phantasm darting back into the shadows just as a patrol of guards stepped into the dim light, their voices filled with harsh urgency as they began their search for the source of the disturbance. Heart pounding in time with the chaos above, the phantasm melded into the darkness, their breath steadying despite the adrenaline coursing through their veins.
This would not be the end, they reminded themselves as they slipped away, vanishing into the labyrinthine halls once more. The truth would not remain buried for long.
Chapter 16: Duel at the Eclipsed Throne. The throne room, once a monument of opulence, lay in fragments, a grand arena of dust and decay. Crumbling marble columns loomed like the ghosts of ancient grandeur, their shadows dancing to the rhythm of flickering light. Anika Vey stepped into the chaos, her dark hair framing piercing eyes that held a resolute spark, confronting the void left by fading power as she met Lady Kavita's frigid gaze, an unspoken challenge crackling in the air between them. Lady Kavita Veship stood in the center, her presence commanding, adorned in robes of deep jewel tones that shimmered faintly, betraying her mastery of the arcane. Above her head, the incomplete blood crown levitated, an ominous halo pulsing erratically with dark energy. Tendrils of magic snaked around Kavita's fingers, wild and uncontained, pulling at the air with an insistent whisper. She seemed to relish the way the magic danced at her command, but Anika felt only the promise of destruction lurking behind that enchanting facade. Dust motes floated lazily in the dim light, disturbed only by the ever-present energy that made the very air around them thrum with anticipation. Anika's heart quickened, a dual pulse of excitement and trepidation as she surveyed the room's decay, a testament to the kingdom's gradual unraveling. Each shattered remnant of the once grand throne symbolized the fragility of their world, and at its core, a withered king barely held sway. King Suryathara, the one-time bastion of power, now occupied a fractured throne, with a regal bearing that contrasted painfully against his frail form. Silver hair clung to his skull, his lined face a roadmap of decisions both grand and desperate. Trembling hands rested on an ornate staff, each ancient ring of office a relic of lost authority. His sharp eyes, however, remained alert, scanning the tension-filled space with a wary intensity that belied his frailty.
"Do you truly think you can seize the throne?"
Kavita's voice broke the heavy silence, the syllables sharp like glass shards, though Anika knew no reply was needed. Their confrontation transcended words. It pulsated in the magical fabric of the room, stretching taut as an invisible thread poised to snap. As Anika stepped closer, she summoned her inner strength, grounding herself against the tide of chaos unfurling before her. Crystalline patterns shimmered to life across her skin, illuminating her determined features. The air grew thick with potential as she reached into the very depths of the Eclipsed Khaos, drawing on the power that flowed like a river beneath the realm's surface. Her movements were methodical and precise, as if sculpting a counterbalance to the chaos that Kavita wielded so carelessly. Kavita's fingers flexed, a predatory grace lacing through her stance as she yanked the tendrils of wild magic closer, forcing them into jagged shapes aimed at Anika.
"You may have knowledge," she purred, "but do you understand the cost of wielding such power?"
With every syllable, Anika felt the weight of their shared history bearing down. She had spent years nestled in the pages of the royal archives, devouring texts steeped in ancient knowledge, yet she could not shake the instinctual fear threading through her mind.
But determination anchored her, and she inhaled sharply, channeling the chaotic energy until it pulsed beneath her skin like a living creature, ready to respond. "Power isn't meant to be hoarded," she countered, her voice steady, though she fought to keep her breath even.
The world around her seemed to fade, reducing their conflict to an elemental standoff. King Suryathara's presence loomed behind them, a distant memory of what leadership had once meant, amplifying the stakes of their duel. The tension vibrated through the space as both women stood resolute, one laced in dark ambition, the other a bastion of the light yet to come. Dust swirled, illuminated by the remnants of sunlight filtering through broken stained glass, revealing the dilapidated glory of the room. With a silent exchange of resolve, Anika locked eyes with Kavita. Suddenly, the air grew electric. Waves of energy crackled and sparked, sending motes of dust swirling like small fireflies disturbed from their resting place. Anika focused all her energy, heart thudding in rhythm with the rise of chaotic magic. And as she looked upon the king, the embodiment of both command and calamity, she steeled herself, aware that whatever happened next could reshape the destiny of Suryathara itself. The throne room trembled in anticipation, every second pregnant with the knowledge that their paths would collide. Anika's magic thrummed with potential, aching to break free, while Kavita prepared to unleash her dark might, the power of the incomplete blood crown bending to her will. The time for decisive action drew near, and with a final inward breath, Anika braced herself for the battle to come, the wild energy of the cows buzzing like a storm about to break. The throne room erupted into chaos as Anika and Kavita clashed, energies swirling like a tempest. Jagged beams of dark magic sliced through the air, their sinister trails illuminating the shadows cast by the ancient ruins. Anika, heart racing, called forth crystalline constructs that danced into existence, ready to counter the onslaught. The very fabric of reality twisted with each spell unleashed, the once steadfast walls vibrating under the strain of their raw power. Kavita advanced with a predatory grace, her eyes glinting with fierce ambition. With every flick of her wrist, dark tendrils curled and snapped toward Anika, a stream of jagged energy intent on tearing apart anything in its path. Anika responded instinctively, weaving intricate formations of shimmering crystals, protective barriers that pulsed with vibrant light. When dark magic collided with her constructs, bursts of raw energy crackled and sent shimmering shards of both spells showering across the room, a dance of chaos that mingled with the dust swirling in every corner. Each clash was punctuated by the resonance of their differing ideals, power used to conquer versus power used to protect. Anika felt the weight of that distinction surge through her, fueling her resolve. Reality warped and bent around them, causing echoes of what was and what could be to flash before her eyes in disorienting glimpses. Alternate timelines flickered in her peripheral vision, shifting like shadows escaping the light. She caught a hint of paths leading both to victory and to despair, but she fought to focus, the knowledge tightening her chest. As the duel escalated, Kavita unleashed a barrage of jagged beams aimed at Anika's heart. "You'll never be more than a footnote in this kingdom," she snarled, power crackling between them like a gathering storm. With a deep breath, Anika deflected one strike after another, her mind a whirlpool of analysis and instinct. She drew on the chaotic cows, letting it pulse through her, guiding her movements as the air thickened with tension. The floor beneath them shook with every impact of dark magic, cracked tiles splintering into fragments that flew into the air. The once majestic throne room transformed under the weight of their conflict, stones shuddering, as if the very foundations of the kingdom felt the repercussions of this battle. Anika felt each shatter, each distortion of reality clawing at her resolve, but the crystal patterns along her skin burned brightly, responding to her growing determination. Kavita laughed, a sharp sound filled with dark triumph.
"Such tenacity," she taunted, her voice laced with scorn. "You should understand by now, the throne calls to those who seize it."
With every word, her magic flared, sending jagged spikes shooting toward Anika, a relentless pursuit designed to break her spirit. Anika gritted her teeth against the mounting fatigue, feeling her strength waning with each blocked attack. The pressure of the battle pressed down, yet the flickering visions of possible outcomes pushed her to stand firm. The thrill of magic sang through her veins, and she began to catch glimpses of her possible paths, each glittering shard a decision that could change everything. She realized that somewhere within her a seed of true power awaited awakening, and she couldn't falter now. Steeling herself, Anika drew deeper within, searching for that core of strength she had forged through years of studying ancient texts and pushing her limits.
"No.
You will not dictate this realm," she yelled, channeling everything she had into a singular focus. A crystalline construct began to take shape, larger and more formidable than any before, one born of pure raw energy that glimmered with the intensity of her spirit. Kavita's eyes widened for the briefest moment, fear flickering through the icy resolve, and in that instant, Anika struck. She hurled the construct with all her might, a surge of brilliance soaring through the hall like a comet burning against the encroaching darkness. It collided with the incomplete blood crown, and time seemed to freeze. The impact released an explosion of raw power, resonating through the throne room like a tidal wave. Walls buckled and warped as if the fabric of reality itself protested, sending cracks spiraling like lightning through the air. Shimmering shards rained down, and dust erupted in clouds, blurring the outlines of combatants and crumbling columns alike. For an instant, Anika felt weightless, suspended in a sea of shimmering light, unbound by the confines of the world around her. And then came the aftershock, a resonating echo that filled her lungs and drained her limbs. Anika staggered back, the wild magic cascading around her in ethereal tendrils. Both women stood there gasping for breath, eyes wide in disbelief as the throne room metamorphosed before them. It was a new realm, filled with soft light and a palpable sense of transition, though tinged with uncertainty. The shimmering remnants of magic flickered like stars caught in a dying sky, twinkling as they settled to the ground. Reality had shifted, the remnants of the past scattering like autumn leaves in a rising wind. As the dust began to settle, Anika looked toward the shattered blood crown, its energy dissipating into the ether. She knew then that the conflict had changed forever, but what it would mean for the kingdom, for the king, and for her remained a looming question. In that silence, amidst the chaos of their former battleground, two destinies stood at a precipice, waiting for their next moves, amidst the remnants of what had once been. Chapter 17: Echoes of Victory. The air hummed with an electric tension in the stone-lined chamber, where Anika Vey stood amid a cluster of unstable Arcaniths. Her fingertips tingled, the crystalline patterns on her skin flickering with vibrant energy, each pulse guiding her as she channeled magic with surgical precision. Shadows danced across the cold walls, a testament to the power held captive within the artifacts before her. The rhythm of her heart matched the thrum of chaotic energy, blending the dangers of the past with the possibilities of the future. Surrounding her were fellow mages and technicians, each locked in concentration. They moved like a well-rehearsed ensemble, reflecting their dedication to a cause that resonated deep within them. King Ajat stood at the helm, his presence like an anchor amidst the chaos. Dressed simply yet dignified, he surveyed the room with sharp, discerning eyes, every gesture reinforcing the newfound authority he had earned through trials both harrowing and enlightening. "Begin with the eastern vault," he commanded, his voice steady, weaving through the tension like a thread of silk. The team responded, a flurry of action igniting as they turned their attention to the most precarious artifacts, following the king's clear directive. Anika breathed in, steadying herself as she stepped closer to the nearest Arcanith, its dark crystalline surface swirling with hidden energy. She extended her hands, whispering the incantation that had become second nature. As she touched the surface, warmth radiated through her, illuminating the crystalline markings along her arms with shimmering light.
"Just a little more," she murmured, fingers dancing above the artifact as her mind focused on the delicate patterns of its power. The chamber quaked slightly, and Anika's focus sharpened.
The rifts between worlds tugged at the fabric of reality, reminding her of the volatile potential that lay just beneath the surface.
"We need to contain this one," she shouted to her peers, urging them to adjust their protective barriers.
Her heart raced, not from fear but from exhilaration as she felt the energy respond to her intent, as if acknowledging her mastery.
"Shield these rifts until the charm holds," the king bellowed, eyes wide and earnest.
Anika's confidence surged at the trust placed in her. She shot him a glance, catching the fierceness in his gaze, a silent pact forming between them amidst the storm of energies. With her hands guiding the magic, Anika felt the rush of wind spiral around her, the tendrils of energy weaving in sync with her intent.
"Faster," she urged her team as they pushed forward, warding off the chaotic threads that threatened to unravel their progress.
"On it," one mage responded, her voice steady despite the trembling vibrations of the Arcaniths. They positioned enchanted barriers with precision, blocking the erratic energy flow that threatened to burst forth. Anika adjusted her stance, concentrating all her will into the Arcanith at hand, its dark facets flickering as the chaotic magic fought against the containment spell. Just as the last rune took shape in the air, a sudden surge of energy erupted from the artifact, sending a pulse through the chamber. Anika staggered, her focus splintering for a heartbeat, yet she quickly regained her composure. "Keep it steady," she called, the calmness in her voice surprising even herself.
"Hold your shields. Don't let it break through."
The team rallied around her command, reinforcing their barriers, the atmosphere thick with the tension of power kept in check. Their combined focus shimmered in the air like a luminous tapestry, vibrant yet fragile. As they pulled the strands of magic together, Anika's heart synchronized with their efforts, a resolute beat that felt as ancient as the chaos itself. The next few moments stretched out, the energies colliding like waves in an ocean storm. Anika felt every nuance, every twist of magic curling at her fingertips, echoing the battle between order and chaos. She took a step forward, bending closer to the pulsating artifact, and concentrated even harder, her body alight with crystalline luminescence. A sudden tremor shot through her body, but Anika was undeterred. She envisioned the rifts closing, the energies retreating. In the back of her mind, she whispered the incantation once more, feeling it resonate with an almost sentient consciousness.
And then silence.
Anika's breath caught as the vibrations in the chamber began to still, the chaotic energy receding like a tide. She stood amid the now dormant Arcaniths, feeling both drained and alive. The sense of danger had diminished, replaced by a victorious hum in the air, a testament to the teamwork they had forged. King Ajat's voice rang out, breaking the stillness.
"Well done, everyone.
You've managed to stabilize the situation." His pride poured into the words, his gaze moving over the team with respect and admiration. As Anika allowed herself to relax, a wave of warmth washed over her, a familiar feeling of accomplishment, tempered with the weight of responsibility she was only beginning to grasp. They had contained the threat today, but there was still so much more to learn, so many more challenges looming ahead. A moment of quiet victory hung in the chamber, the shimmering crystals of her skin calming, but the knowledge of the Eclipsed Khaos hummed at the edges of her awareness, always waiting for the next opportunity to reveal itself. The flickering glow of candles cast shifting shadows across the royal archives, where the phantasm moved like a whisper through the narrow aisles. Dust motes danced lazily in the warm light, each particle carrying echoes of a forgotten past, as they navigated the delicate labyrinth of ancient tomes, crumbling scrolls, and ensorcelled artifacts that pulsed softly in response to their presence. A meticulous guardian among treasures, they paused, gloved hands brushing over a shelf filled with manuscripts whose bindings had frayed with the weight of centuries. As they sorted through the fragile pages, each one a testament to the artistry and struggles of bygone eras, the phantasm's heart mirrored the quiet urgency of their task. "Every record must be preserved to protect our future," they murmured, the words echoing softly in the stillness. This mantra anchored their efforts, binding their motivations to a greater purpose. Each tome held magic, dangerous and beautiful, waiting to be unleashed or, more importantly, to be understood. Carefully, they laid a particularly weathered scroll on a nearby lectern, the ink of its writing barely visible. The phantasm's quick yet measured hands traced over the faded inscriptions, bringing the words back to life in their mind. They spoke quietly, a ritual incantation long since learned.
The knowledge within these pages holds the key to stability and chaos alike.
As the gentle vibrations of the scroll's energy washed over them, it was as though the archive was alive, responding to their touch. Yet beneath this serenity lay the remnants of a darker history. Ghosts of betrayal flitted through the phantasm's mind like shadows lurking just beyond the candlelight, echoing the pain of trust broken by greed and ambition. They had witnessed too much, the misuse of knowledge, the destruction that unfettered power could wield. Their moral compass remained steadfast, yet the path had grown winding and complex. Each careful selection of a text represented not just preservation, but a deeply ingrained hope to never allow the past to repeat itself. As they organized the manuscripts, an errant spark flickered in the corner of their vision, sending a thrill of alarm racing through them. A burst of energy erupted from a nearby artifact, its hum escalating to a discordant cry that resonated within the very walls of the archives. The phantasm's instincts ignited, leaping into action as they darted toward the source of the disturbance.
"Not today," they hissed under their breath, enacting a protective ward with a practiced flourish of their fingers.
Layers of energy coalesced around the artifact, an elegant barrier manifesting like ripples in water. The echoing hum slowly dulled, falling into a series of tremors that subsided against their will. The atmosphere shifted, settling into a calm that felt almost surreal after the tumult of the moment. With swift, precise movements, the phantasm checked the artifact, ensuring its magic remained contained within the newly woven barriers. Their hearts still raced, but an undeniable sense of control flooded back into the room. They straightened, the weight of the archives pressing against them, a comforting embrace amidst the chaos. Every fragment preserved, every echo contained, they reassured themselves, brushing a lock of dark fabric away from their eyes, allowing their gaze to scan the vast shelves once more.
This knowledge must endure.
For the phantasm, the responsibilities of the past lingered like a heady perfume, a mix of devotion and burden. There was a sense of triumph after stabilizing the artifact, but an undercurrent of sorrow always trailed behind it. The fear of what could arise from the very knowledge they sought to protect tugged at the edges of their resolve, fueling a persistent ache in their heart. Resuming their careful inspections of the remaining texts, the phantasm's thoughts shifted back to their philosophy of preservation. It was a noble pursuit but perilous. Power could corrupt, and those who sought the cows often tread a treacherous path. Yet here, in the confines of the archives, the future found solace in the echoes of the past. With deliberate motions they continued their work, each restored manuscript a step toward the hopeful equilibrium they dreamed to safeguard. The Grand Council chamber echoed with the soft murmur of anticipation, as the sunlight streamed through stained glass, casting colorful patterns across the intricately designed floor. High ceilings loomed above, adorned with murals depicting the legacy of magic and the kingdom of Suryathara. Here, Anika Vey took her seat among the others, acutely aware of the weighty atmosphere, each shared glance imbued with unspoken hopes and apprehensions. She could almost feel the history embedded within the stone walls, echoing tales of past councils where decisions had shifted the tides of power. King Ajat strode into the chamber with purpose, his regal presence commanding the attention of all present. The confidence he had gained through trials shimmered in his dark eyes as he positioned himself at the head of the table. "Thank you all for gathering here today," he began, his voice steady and resolute. "Today, we are tasked with envisioning a future where magical education becomes accessible to all, regardless of birthright." Anika felt a flutter of excitement in her chest at the king's words, yet a pang of uncertainty lurked in the back of her mind. Lady Samira Dar entered shortly after, her sharp features set in a reserved expression that hinted at both pride and trepidation. She took her seat, her presence a striking contrast to the room's airy openness. Anika couldn't help but notice the tension weaving itself into the air, as Samira's gaze swept over them, her thoughts unreadable. "Common-born mages will be granted training under strict supervision," Lady Samira stated, her tone measured yet firm, a concession that shifted her long-held stance against any dilution of noble standards. It was clear she grappled with the implications of her own words, though her careful phrasing sought to maintain an air of control over the discussion.
"That's a start," Anika interjected, her voice gaining strength as she leaned forward in her seat, determination shimmering in her eyes.
"But we need to recognize the immense potential among the common folk, individuals who have never had the chance to prove their worth due to archaic barriers." She glanced at Ajat, the fire of conviction growing in her chest, emboldening her speech.
"Magic should not be hoarded by the elite, especially now when we stand at the crossroads of crisis."
A ripple of surprise coursed through the chamber at Anika's fervent assertion, and she felt the weight of their collective gazes upon her, a mix of admiration and skepticism. King Ajat nodded, signaling for her to continue. "Every encounter with the Eclipsed Khaos reveals that we cannot afford to ignore the wisdom, creativity, and insight that diverse voices bring. History has shown us that it is often in the unlikeliest of places that the greatest solutions arise." Lady Samira's lips pursed slightly at this challenge, but she remained composed. "And yet, unchecked power leads to chaos," she countered, her voice smooth but edged with caution. "Standards must be maintained to ensure that our mages can handle the responsibility that magic demands." As the discussion deepened, the atmosphere charged with varying viewpoints, Anika felt the energy swell and ebb in equal measures. "But if we limit access, we will ultimately breed resentment, fostering divisions that could tear our kingdom apart," she pressed, leaning on her scribal knowledge, her arguments built upon ancient texts and recent experiences alike. Prisma the Vigilant, stationed near the chamber's entrance, listened intently, its crystalline form glimmering softly in the filtered light. "Both order and inclusion are essential," it interjected, the resonance of its voice drawing attention.
"Magical guardianship need not exist in opposition to broadened education.
We must find a way to weave them together, where knowledge acts as a shield against chaos, while also embracing the possibility of growth." Ajat nodded at Prisma's words, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "We can establish clear guidelines, ensuring that all new mages undergo rigorous training. At the same time, we create opportunities for innovative ideas to flourish.
Our world thrives when it is challenged to evolve."
With every exchange, Anika felt the boundaries softening, a dynamic evolving as they shared ideas, visions that could reshape the kingdom's future. The undercurrent of tension persisted, but within it lay the seeds of cooperation, the delicate spark of a new alliance forging itself among disparate opinions. As discussions flowed and opinions danced like shadow and light, Anika looked around the room, taking in the faces of those she now considered allies despite their differences. Lady Samira, ever the stoic, engaged actively, while King Ajat navigated the terrain with newfound diplomacy. Prisma, the diligent guardian, ensured their conversations remained anchored in the reality of preserving magic amidst necessary change. As the final remarks echoed through the chamber, Anika knew that a fragile consensus had formed, a tapestry of ideas woven with both hope and caution, yet distinctly marked by their commitment to a more equitable magical order. The atmosphere pulsed with the promise of a brighter future, an implicit vow that they would walk this new path together, each step meticulously crafted amid the complex interplay of power and responsibility. In that moment, Anika felt the familiar warmth of her crystalline markings flickering to life, imbued with newfound purpose. She had chosen to stand at the forefront of this change, surrounded by those who now shared in her vision. And although uncertainty would always lurk in the shadows, she sensed a kinship among them, strengthened by the shared commitment to honor both the lessons of the past and the aspirations for tomorrow. Chapter 18: The Scribe's Citadel. Anika stood at the threshold of the Undercity archives, the once hallowed space now a labyrinth of shadows and neglected history. Her dark hair framed her face like a shroud of memories, and as her piercing eyes scanned the cracked stone walls, she felt a pulse of energy emanating from the enchanted inscriptions that began to glow softly in the dim light. Here was a place that held not just forbidden lore, but echoes of power and potential waiting to be resurrected. The air hung heavy with the musty scent of old parchment and dust, each particle drifting lazily in the shafts of newly kindled light. She stepped inside, her heartbeat quickening as memories of her first day here flashed through her mind, the worn paths of ink-stained wood, the whispered secrets of ancient texts. Her fingers brushed against a fragmented stone pillar, and a fleeting warmth surged through her, reminding her of her purpose. With careful resolve, Anika approached a clutter of ancient scrolls that lay strewn across a once grand table. The words on the page beckoned her with their weight of untold stories, and she breathed in deeply, channeling the essence of the Eclipsed Khaos that stirred within her. As she arranged the fragile documents, crystalline patterns flickered across her skin, shimmering like whispers of long-lost magic. With each movement, the room seemed to awaken, a timid pulse that resonated with her growing determination. Just then, Ravi the lamplighter joined her, hoisting a candelabra aloft. His steady hands lit enchanted torches, illuminating the intricate murals depicting the Order's storied past. Anika admired how the warm glow brought a sense of life back to the forgotten hall, chasing away shadows that had lingered for far too long. He adjusted a loose fixture, casting a sideways glance her way.
"These walls will speak again," he murmured, his voice rich with promise.
Anika felt a smile tugging at her lips.
"You think so," she replied, a hint of humor mingling with her hope. "I thought they might just curse us for disturbing their peace." "You might be right," Ravi laughed lightly, the sound a balm against the weight of their task. "But if anyone can coax them into sharing their tales, it's us."
They worked in rhythm, their movements as synchronized as the rising and falling of an ancient melody. The gentle thud of a scroll being rolled away punctuated the silence, interspersed with Ravi's musings about the lamps they had restored together over the years.
"Even the smallest flame casts long shadows, my friend," he said, grinning as he secured another torch in its place.
Anika felt the shared history between them. Their trials and triumphs breathed life into each careful act. With each new scroll, her mind raced with thoughts of what had been lost and what could be salvaged. The dust motes that swirled in the air danced as if in celebration of their efforts. Here in this reclaimed sanctuary, she felt the flickering embers of revival ignite within her, coaxing forth the vestiges of her own power and responsibility. The hours passed as they maneuvered through the heaps of forgotten artifacts, each item a glimpse into the realm they sought to reawaken. The unmistakable echo of laughter and discussion began to creep from hidden doorways and quiet corridors, as curious common folk emerged, drawn to the ethereal glow and the promise it held. Anika's heart swelled. It was as if the archives were not only coming alive, but inviting others to partake in its rebirth. She and Ravi continued their work, each gesture imbued with the solemn pledge that they would restore not just a building, but a legacy. By the time the final torch flickered to life, the archives felt lighter, as though burdened secrets had been lifted into the night. The walls, once mute, vibrated with a new energy, and Anika caught her breath as she surveyed the enchanting space. It would take time, she knew, but this was merely the first stroke in the Order's rebirth, one born from collective sweat and hope. With a shared glance they exchanged a silent understanding, both knowing that the past was behind them, and that their shared path ahead would be one lined with the flickering brilliance of potential, the restored voice of the archives once again beckoning to be heard. Just as the last glow from the torches settled in, an ethereal presence stirred from the darkness near a battered stone arch. The phantasm materialized with a grace that seemed to flow like the very shadows they wore, an enigma cloaked in dark swirling fabric. Their voice emerged from the quiet, low and even, echoing off the stone walls like a distant memory surfacing from the depths of time. "I once walked these halls when magic was raw and unbridled," they spoke, the words caressing the ears of those gathered, an invitation to listen. Anika glanced up, the shimmer of crystalline patterns flaring briefly on her skin as she caught sight of the figure. Their mask, an intricate piece of metalwork, reflected the dim light, shifting with each movement. Despite their deliberate detachment, an air of authority enveloped them, demanding attention. The crowd had begun to swell, common folk drawn from the hidden corners of the archives, curiosity etched on their faces. Ravi nodded in recognition of the familiar figure, his brows furrowed with unvoiced questions. Yet the phantasm seemed to draw strength from the gathering, their dry wit woven into tales of a time when the archives thrummed with the potency of raw, unrefined magic. "Once these walls held the whispers of the cows, the resonating echoes of the ancients," they continued, stepping forward with the kind of command that urged even the dust motes to pause. The very room felt charged, as if the air thickened with potent energy at the mention of the past. They spoke of trials we overcame and bonds we forged, a reminder that strength resides not in isolation, but in the unity of purpose. Anika felt herself captivated by the cadence of the phantasm's voice, a soothing balm for her restless thoughts. She exchanged glances with Ravi, their shared curiosity transformed into anticipation as they settled into the shadows, eager to glean wisdom from the enigmatic figure. As the phantasm moved gracefully through the gathering, they offered fleeting insights about the trials of those who had come before, weaving their stories into a tapestry of shared destiny. In the face of oppression, we are not merely individuals but a tapestry of voices, they said, drawing forth stories that sent ripples of recognition through the crowd. Their audience responded in murmurs, quiet affirmation rippling amongst them, like the gentle lap of waves against the shore. Each anecdote had weight, punctuated by the phantasm's calculated pauses, drawing the listeners in closer, as though the shared history of their struggle hung heavy in the air. Anika observed as hope sparked in the eyes of the crowd, familiar faces reflecting past pain yet igniting a yearning for something greater, a collective resurrection from the ashes of tyranny. Even the smallest flame can ignite the darkest shadows, they added, leaning slightly towards a woman who stood among the onlookers, her hands trembling with the weight of memories. Anika noticed the flicker of understanding in the woman's expression, as if the phantasm had laid bare the hopes she had kept secret for too long. With each story spun, the encroaching darkness of the past grew fainter, replaced by the shared dreams of the people present. Laughter broke out, soft at first but swelling to fill the space with a warmth that echoed off the stone. The stories coiled around Anika's heart, revealing layers of vulnerability she hadn't realized were so tightly bound. There was strength in community. It thrived in the very hall that had once felt so desolate. As the phantasm continued their eloquent recounting of history, they began to focus on the urgency of unity, igniting a fire within Anika's spirit. To breathe life into these archives, they implored, their voice firm yet imbued with compassion. We must stand together as we tread through the memories of those who fought before us. We are the bearers of their legacy, the living threads that bind the past to our present. The crowd surged with energy, an electric buzz resonating through the gathering, as the significance of their purpose crystallized among them. Anika felt the truth of the phantasm's words strike a chord deep within her. The archives were more than stones and scrolls, they were a beacon, a testament to the unity of spirit and resolve among the common folk of Prakritpura. As the tales wove a vibrant tapestry of hope, Anika caught a glimpse of Ravi's proud smile, bright as the torches they had just kindled. The glow illuminated their faces, an unspoken promise anchoring them to this cause, to each other, and to the brighter future that lay just beyond the horizon. The air thrummed with an undercurrent of change, as laughter and conversations began to weave themselves into plans of action. Here in the embrace of shadows and whispers, Anika recognized that she was not alone, and the archives pulsed once more with the warmth of life and purpose. This place, once cloaked in silence, began to stir from its slumber, ready to herald the dawn of a new order, a new dream. In a quiet corner of the archives, illuminated by the gentle glow of magically renewed light, Anika Vey settled herself at an antique wooden desk. The faint scent of aged wood enveloped her, as she brushed a thumb over the smooth, delicate parchment that lay before her, its blank surface a canvas for the first words of the new order's codex. Here, in this sanctified space, she was not just a humble scribe, she was poised on the precipice of her transformation into something greater. As she dipped the enchanted quill into the shimmering ink, Anika felt a flutter of anticipation unfurl within her. The quill was no ordinary writing implement. It thrummed with the essence of the Eclipsed Khaos, connecting her to the very magic that had coursed through the archives long ago. She drew in a deep breath, steadying her hand, and began to inscribe the first few words, a declaration of purpose meant to resonate across time. "The order of the Eclipsed Khaos shall rise again," she wrote, each stroke a surge of power that flowed from her fingertips and onto the parchment. It felt as if her past converged with her present. The struggles and triumphs she had witnessed coalesced into this moment of creation. Each word she penned mirrored the journey she had embarked upon, from the shadows of uncertainty to the light of newfound clarity. The distant sounds of communal voices floated through the air, growing in intensity, reminding her that she was part of something larger. Anika felt the warmth of those voices curling around her, strengthening her resolve.
Outside the sanctuary of her thoughts, she could sense the bustling energy of their efforts, and each syllable she inscribed added to that burgeoning spirit. The past shaped her, but it was the promise of tomorrow that fueled her.
Just then Ravi approached, casting a glance over her shoulder, pride glimmering in his eyes.
"You're weaving something extraordinary there," he encouraged, adjusting the angle of a newly placed magical lens to capture the essence of her words.
The device shimmered softly, enhancing the glow of her writing and reflecting its importance back to her. Anika looked up, appreciation evident on her face.
"I hope it's enough," she admitted, a hint of vulnerability creeping into her voice. "There's so much weight in these words."
She felt the presence of the world outside pressing against her, carrying with it the echoes of old burdens.
"It will be more than enough," Ravi replied firmly. "These words will not just exist, they will inspire those who come after us.
They'll understand the power of unity." His faith wrapped around her like a cloak, fortifying her spirit. Meanwhile, the phantasm lingered at the doorway, their gaze fixated on Anika with an inscrutable expression. A soft smile crossed their features, hinting at an ancient wisdom they held deep within. "Every word you write weaves our future," they said, their voice a melodic undertone that danced through the stillness. With their approval wrapping around her, Anika focused once more on the parchment before her, her confidence solidifying like the ink that dried into permanence. Each stroke was imbued with intent, binding their collective futures to the shared narrative of those who fought, loved, and sacrificed before. Her fingers flowed seamlessly as thoughts coalesced into phrases, unveiling the lore of their existence, their past scars, present hopes, and the vision of a world that dared to imagine something greater. The crystalline patterns flickered with each stroke, illuminating her path, as though acknowledging her resolve to become the vessel through which the archives would speak once more. The writing was no longer just a recording of their struggles, it was a proclamation of survival, a tapestry threaded with their collective heartbeat, a balm for past wounds. The ambient hum of voices mingling in celebration surged to her ears, draping the room in a blanket of community spirit, of faith and renewal.
Outside the confines of the archives, voices of encouragement reached her ears as the community began to rise together.
Together they could foster the winds of change, breathing life back into a history that refused to stay silent. It felt surreal to realize that this rebirth transcended mere restoration. It was a statement of solidarity against the forces that had long oppressed them. Anika set her quill down for a moment, pausing to absorb the magnitude of her task, of her newfound identity. In these archives, light was banishing darkness, and hope was replacing despair. She looked up at Ravi and the phantasm, her heart swelling with gratitude for their support and shared vision. They were all bound together in this journey, each representing the resilience that thrived in the shadow of their past. With renewed vigor, Anika lifted the quill once more and continued writing, driven by a force greater than herself. In this small corner of the archives, amid the light and warmth of shared aspirations, she was crafting not just a codex, but a bridge between old and new, a legacy that would stretch beyond the annals of time. And as the sounds of distant voices rose in cautious celebration, Anika knew they were embarking on a new chapter in magical governance, one that promised to weave a narrative of unity and power that would echo long after her ink dried. Chapter 19: Crystalline Futures. The polished stone walls of the newly renovated central hall shimmered in the filtered light, where crystalline inlays danced like specters across the surface, illuminating the table laden with ancient manuscripts. Anika Vey stood resolutely beside King Ajat, her dark hair framing a face imbued with quiet determination, as her piercing eyes scanned the words on the pages before them. The soft hum of ambient magic filled the air, an almost palpable tension threading through their focused silence, interrupted only by the rustle of parchment, as shadows of past struggles loomed ever closer. As she leaned over the spread of manuscripts, Anika's fingers trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the familiar brush of magic that had begun to awaken within her. A shimmering cascade of crystalline patterns flickered across her skin, reacting to the energies surrounding them. She glanced at King Ajat, who remained deep in thought, his brows furrowed in concentration. A tall and broad-shouldered figure, the prince carried an air of quiet dignity, one that contrasted sharply with the looming crisis they faced. "Anika," he said suddenly, breaking the stillness, "we cannot afford any lapses.
Our stability rests on vigilance."
His voice held a calm authority, yet Anika could sense the weight of unspoken concerns lurking beneath the surface. The scribe nodded, a rush of determination fueling her thoughts. "Indeed," she replied, her own voice steady, "we must ready our defenses. These manuscripts reveal insights into the rising Khaos rifts. If we allow even a single one to widen unchecked..." She let the implication linger in the air, heavy with portent. Ajat regarded her with a steady gaze, noting the crystalline shimmer in her skin, a sign of her uncanny ability to foresee trouble.
"What did you see?"
His question was direct, the urgency palpable. She took a deep breath, willing herself to grasp the edges of the vision that had surged forth, chaotic and wild, unfurling before her like a ribbon of flickering shadows. "A cascade of fissures, Ajat," she began, recalling the vivid image that had flashed through her mind, a moment of clarity amidst a swirl of chaotic energy.
"Unraveling threads of magic, reaching out like grasping hands."
Anika paused, feeling the chill of her own words as they resonated within the hall, casting their own kind of shadow. Ajat's features shifted slightly, the tension of a princely heir battling the burdens of his fallen status reflected in his thoughtful gaze.
"What can we do?"
His question carried a weight of responsibility that seemed to echo throughout the vast space.
"Are there preparations we can take to prevent this?"
Anika's heart raced, not just at the content of her vision, but at the responsibility she bore. "We need to gather resources and reinforce our magical barriers," she asserted.
"The archives hold information that can aid us, even the spells documented within these very texts."
She gestured towards the scrolls, each containing wisdom that had been nearly forgotten. King Ajat nodded, his demeanor suggesting a blend of hope and pragmatism.
"Let us not waste any time then.
If the rifts grow, we must act swiftly to counteract the perils. Every moment counts." As the two continued to speak, the rustle of parchment filled the air, forming an almost rhythmic backdrop to their discussion. The steady hum of magic pulsed gently around them, suffusing the air with a sense of potential. Suddenly, a flicker of energy shot through Anika's mind, and she felt a pulse of clarity within the chaos.
"It's not just the rifts, Ajat," she warned, her voice tightening as she glanced up at him, her piercing gaze fierce with resolve. "The forces at play are stronger than we anticipated.
There are old grudges waking within the archives, entangled histories that could come back to haunt us."
"Then we must unravel those histories before they can ensnare us," he declared, an edge of determination carving his features. "Our course is clear."
As they leaned over the manuscripts again, the air thickened with the charged energy of their unfolding plan. Together, they delved deeper into the texts, each moment spent discussing the necessary steps towards safeguarding their realm, echoing with the weight of impending responsibility. In that hall of shadows and light, The growing resolve of the two figures contrasted sharply with the menacing visions that loomed ahead, casting a long shadow over Suryathara's fragile peace. The atmosphere thrummed with both uncertainty and hope, their future resting precariously on the decisions forged in those quiet moments of dialogue and deliberation. With newfound determination, they settled into the challenge before them, where words flowed like spells, weaving together the fabric of strategies that could perhaps lead them away from the brink. Anika felt a warmth bloom in her chest, the spark of purpose igniting her heart as they pressed on into the uncertain dawn ahead. In a quiet council room lit by the soft glow of enchanted lanterns, Anika Vey gathered her trusted allies, the air thick with the weight of unspoken concerns. The room, framed by weathered stone and illuminated by the flickering light, held an atmosphere of focus, the ancient artifacts around them seeming to resonate with the urgency of their task. At the center of the room, reformed Prisma stood tall, its crystalline body shimmering like a captured sunrise, casting prismatic reflections across the table scattered with scrolls. "Thank you for coming on such short notice," Anika began, her voice steady and calm even as the tensions ran deep beneath.
"I trust that you have felt the stirrings in the air, the warnings whispered on the currents of magic."
She looked at each of them, her eyes briefly catching the amber sparks dancing between the fingers of an ambitious young mage who was seated nearby. He straightened, enthusiasm burning in his expression. "I have, Anika. The energy feels unsettled. If we don't take action soon, the consequences could be dire." His excitement was infectious, and Anika noted how his eagerness pushed against the more measured approach she'd honed through her years as a scribe. Anika nodded thoughtfully.
"Exactly.
The Khaos rifts are widening, threatening the fragile peace we have fought so hard to achieve. We cannot let these threats unravel our hard-won efforts." Her gaze shifted to Prisma, the towering figure surveying the room with an attentive stillness that seemed to embody the lessons of centuries.
"Prisma, you've seen the past, what can you tell us?"
With a resonating voice, Prisma spoke. "Historical patterns reveal that conflicts often arise when chaos breaches the balance of magic. The previous incursions led to a loss far greater than mere lives. They shattered the very foundations of community." Its crystalline form pulsed slightly, as if reflecting the intensity of its words. "If we do not protect our borders against the Khaos, we will find ourselves besieged once more." The young mage, energized by the mention of past turmoil, leaned forward.
"If the rifts grow, so will our perils.
We need to gather resources and align our strengths, coordinate between magical schools and our archives." The eagerness in his tone rang out like a clarion call, invigorating the room with a shared purpose. Anika smiled softly, her heart warming at his youthful determination.
"Those are excellent suggestions.
We'll need every bit of knowledge and power we can muster.
The texts hold hidden spells, knowledge we can wield to shield ourselves."
Prisma shifted slightly, its crystalline surface catching the lantern light in new patterns.
"The wisdom of those who came before us is crucial.
We must remind ourselves not only of their victories, but their errors. These rifts are tied to emotional unrest, fear, ambition, the primal chaos that lives in every heart. We must anchor ourselves in compassion and shared strength." The trio fell into thoughtful silence, the clink of crystalline fragments on the table punctuating their quiet deliberations. The weight of past mistakes hung heavy in the air as they considered their current path, strategies weaving between urgency and hope. Anika gestured towards the array of scrolls and artifacts.
"Let us draft a plan to unify our resources and mobilize our efforts."
We must act decisively but with care. The guardians of our history have illuminated our past. It is time for us to forge our future. As they huddled together over the ancient scrolls, the flickering light illuminated their determined expressions. Each piece of parchment held potential, words ready to transform into spells, and sketches hinting at the barriers they could erect. There was a sense of community forged in these moments, solidifying their resolve against the encroaching chaos. Through the discussions that unfurled within those stone walls, the collective tension dissolved into shared laughter and camaraderie, binding them further as allies on the brink of facing a greater threat. Their exchange of ideas and plans took on a life of its own, energizing the room until they could no longer ignore the clock ticking against them. As the meeting came to a close, Anika felt a sense of purpose settle within her, a newfound resolve solidifying amongst her companions.
"We cannot let the cows dictate our fate," she affirmed, looking each of her allies in the eyes. "We'll face whatever challenges await, together."
With heads held high and hearts steeled, they prepared to confront the unknown, ready to defend their home with every ounce of magic, strategy, and friendship they possessed. In that moment, they understood the power of unity, a flicker of light against the encroaching shadows of chaos, ready to stride forward into the uncertain dawn.